we go. We have been hiding in the shadows for the last few months, actually, to create, and maybe you already see it, a tool, it's a little hint already, which we wished we would have had years ago. And finally, we proudly introduce to you the first beta version of the Lit Oracle. As you already chose to take the red pill, and you also know that after you have taken this, the only direction is deeper down the rabbit hole, and the saying is, so when you stop growing, you're stagnating. And what we do in Lit, we always improve, we always adjust, and we always grow. And this is where your journey continues, and you're about to meet, finally, the Oracle. But let's dig first into why we created the Lit Oracle. Because we've been in this industry of the trading industry for like more than a decade, but we also managed a community at this point for more than 3 years, and we discovered that there are many common issues a few of you struggle overall with. And these common issues, and maybe you have a few more even, or maybe you want to adjust a few, people are just highly emotional. Some of you guys are lazy. It's not even an insult, it's just what it is. Some of you guys are inconsistent. Some love to making stuff out. They love pulling stuff out of doors, making stuff up, forcing setups, human errors, getting tired easily, time limitation. Josh can sing a song about that. If your time zone is just cheaty, if you can't trade London, if you have to get up, if you have a whatever normal work you have to go to, if you have to satisfy your 3 wives and like 17 children, it's all time limitations you don't have to spend at the charts. And you will miss setups. It's hard to find the right setups overall, also in an educational basis. Some of you might also have a hard time overall finding a setup based on the lack of analysis. Then the overthinking comes in. Then the overanalyzing comes in. And then someone sends in tube chat, he takes a buy, but you're looking for a short, and then you run around and the house is on fire. And you're overcomplicating things, and then you get distracted, overwhelmed easily, and obviously, a lot of you guys also struggle to manage multiple pairs at once. The good and final news for you guys, there finally is some light at the end of the dark, and there is a solution. And I guess you do know, or you do want to know, what that is. So what is this solution? We created something that is easy to use, easy in the terms of context, obviously, less simple probably is the better word, fixes most common struggles traders face overall, saves you tons of time and effort, opens an entire new shortcut to intraday mastery, and most importantly, actually works. The first and only fully automated liquidity inducement price projection module. And that is how a new entire journey and a new chapter opens, and an entire new realm of like opportunities with the opening of the gates of the Lit Oracle. First though, let's see how this can come in very handy. So first look at the strengths of an automated machine world and how it could replace everyone's weaknesses. We talked about the weaknesses of humans first. What the Lit Oracle will do, it has 0 emotions. It will always be active. It's highly consistent. It always does exactly what it's supposed to do. There's no human errors. It never gets tired. It's not timely limited. It never gonna miss setups, and that's a biggie, and you will gonna love this one. Easy time finding setups, no overthinking, perfectly balanced analysis. Keeps it simple overall though, never gets distracted, never overwhelmed, and easily manages multiple pairs at once. And I know you guys will love this one as well. And here's a real illustration, or a GIF if you want to say so, of how it actually works. But one thing though, you already have to put down your notebooks already. The Oracle is not perfect as well. It has some flaws. And I know you're like, oh, how can it be possible? How can something that create is not perfect? It is an automated tool at the end of the day, so it will have some flaws as well. And for example, points that Oracle is not good at is it's not as good as seeing the bigger picture overall. It's not as good in seeing the overall context and market intentions. And it's not so ideally good of combining multiple time frames effortlessly. It can do this, but it's not like effortless. And it just sometimes takes everything too literal. Okay? And of course, it does not have the ability to double check things and like maybe look at it in a different perspective and stuff like that. So it doesn't understand this detailed nuances humans easily can see from a mile away. Okay, so how can we counteract that? Of course, we have to use our human muscles, our human strengths, not only our muscles, but also our brain. So obviously, what the Oracle is not good at, easily a good trader or lit trader or someone with proper knowledge can actually obviously easily utilize and compensate. Because you can see the bigger picture, you can see the context, you should be able to read market intentions, and you should be good at flipping time frames and be like, oh, the 15M looks like this and this, okay. And obviously you don't take everything too literally, you can understand nuances and also you can double check things if they are presented. To combine that now, and we're not only combining that, we will combine the best out of both worlds. The best out of the human world with the right knowledge, the right understanding, the right skill set, and the right reading of the market intentions. And then with all the benefits of the lit oracle, the automated way of everything you basically suck at, the oracle can do. But everything the oracle sucks at, you can do. So it's literally the perfect combination to combine the best of two worlds. In a nutshell, the lit oracle. So what is the lit oracle? The oracle is a full automated algorithm that is specialized in finding high probability opportunities based on our liquidity inducement approach. The oracle automatically scans the market and alerts you in Discord about a potential opportunity and additionally provides you with a chart projection. So it just doesn't will say like, hey, look at EU. It will also give you a literally projection of what should happen next. What's the purpose of the lit oracle though? To give everyone in here, regardless of advanced or novice trader, or if you're with us for 2 years or like 2 weeks, the chance to catch Mona setups and now hold on tight on a daily basis. The lit oracle will bring your eyes on the chart at the right time and the right place. So basically, if you're being serious about it, you never will miss a potential Mona opportunity again. For who is the lit oracle? Obviously for you guys, and potentially obviously everyone with proper knowledge. How does the lit oracle work? We use our, we call it fancy name of course, idealistic impulse inducement algorithm to identify the exact moments in which we potentially could get a high liquidity inducement trading opportunity. Currently, we are in a development stage, but the potential of this beauty is literally endless. Need to have the right market understanding, as we talked about earlier multiple times. Understand, master liquidity, cycles, signature setups, Asian range, all of that stuff. Because again, you can have the best alert ever. If you don't know how to treat it, it's not good for you. Or even worse, when there's an alert and you just blindly trust it, you have no understanding about anything, not good for you as well. Okay? So, education first, understanding first, Oracle as the ultimate tool to absolutely skyrocket your opportunities on a daily basis. Okay? And this is why we provided you with the high-end quality education in the industry. So you should be able to understand, obviously, these projections better, but also overall your understanding. So you should be good regardless. And the Oracle is just the absolute cherry on the cake. Okay? So it's not a sniper tool as well. So again, the projection lines is an algorithmically generated projection of what makes the most sense. It doesn't mean if it, for example, it says again Asia High here, and then the projection says like here, do this. That's probably not the best idea. Have the brain to understand, wait for this. Okay, the idea, yes, but wait for this. So don't take this projection line as the absolute outlay of like what should happen. It's the guide of how you should expect price to behave. But obviously, if there's equal highs and it says sell from there, no, wait for it to induce the equal highs. So obviously, it's the overall guidance and you have to treat it like this, okay? It's not a surgical cutting line to open up the brain. It is the idea, the potential opportunity, okay? So obvious examples, projection-like guidance, when it says, for example, this. You have this beautiful POI to the left, okay, and an imbalance zone, all of that stuff, and Oracle makes this projection. You should be smart enough to understand, why would I wait for this inducement? It's probably better if I just take the mitigation instead. Okay, so in this case, it would just be an extended reversal projection, and maybe the target is also like shooting to the moon, okay? Why not just take the next liquidity point into, for example, this POI? Okay, and then the real outcome will be the blue line in here. Taps into the mitigation, boom, 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 smart money trap in here, false reaction into this POI. Done, okay? The idea, perfect. The real outcome, obviously, you have to think, okay? Another example, and it does this. It says projection here. Why would it reverse from here? No, wait for the POI to get mitigated. Okay, so just because it says this, wait for this still, which the logic comes in, okay? So understand this. As long as you understand this, we'll have a good time, okay? Same thing for this. So let's say it says here, buy from this. Why would you buy from equal highs to the left? Wait for the inducement into smart money trap because medium inducement, and then obviously higher. So you can obviously increase this. It is the idea. The idea says, hey, potential whatever setup appears, and it overall should look like this. But again, the overall picture means take out the equals and then do this. Okay? Straightforward, just use the logic. In real charts, again, we had also, again, it's all from literally the last few days, okay? So, again, if you have this, for example, why would it reverse from here? Look to the left, zoom out for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why would it reverse from here? The idea makes sense. Yes, you're looking for buy soon, but wait for the equal high or equal lows to get induced first. Perfect entry in here. Okay? After internal, boom, done. Okay? It's that easy. Just have to think a little bit. It makes you aware of the opportunity. You have to use knowledge to make the most out of it. The general rule for the projection is, when you would initially not take the trade manually, don't just take it because the Oracle thinks there might be an opportunity. As your own analysis is always greater than the Oracle's analysis. The Oracle, again, I said it to the 100th time, it should be very fat in your book. The Oracle gives you the idea of the potential opportunity. How it will literally look like in a chart, you know best because you have the proper knowledge. Okay? Very, very important. And of course, very, very important, before you use the Lit Oracle, make sure you watch the overall trading education content and of course, the Lit Oracle tutorials in the Vault first before you start using the Oracle, right? Very, very important. And again, remember, when you have any issues with the Vault, try always these basic steps. Try to log back out or like basically out and back in. You will see on the top right corner there will be some settings button. You can easily log out there and then log back in. That usually fixes 95% of the issues already. If it's still not fixed and you have some blank screen or you can't continue some video because there's some error or whatever, try to clear your cookies and cache, whatever, cashew, whatever people, cashew nuts, whatever people call it, right? Cache. Doesn't matter, just clear it and with your browser, turn your VPN off and try a different browser. If you don't use Chrome already, then use it, right? That usually fixes literally 99% of issues. And in case you still have some issues, no problem. You can always reach us at support@lit-trading.com. And we will happily help you out whatever the issue is, and we're gonna fix it. Or if you overall have some improvement ideas about the Oracle or some recommendations, always welcomed. Of course, we want to make it as good and user-friendly as possible. So if there's anything, just reach out to us. We are more than happy to get in contact with you. The main mistakes at the beginning of using the Lit Oracle that let's say people that are too over motivated like to rush right into it, right? So that's already the first issue these people do is rushing in instantly at the first days and try to take every projection they get and blah blah blah. Like this is literally the number one mistake you can do. When you receive the first alert and instantly try to rush into it, and you receive the second one, try instantly rush into that one, and so on and so forth. Never do this. If you do that, that's literally meant to fail right from the first minute because you're not used to it. You get overwhelmed. You don't use it properly. You're literally abusing it. You don't do yourself any harm, and you will gas out in the first place, right? So try to take it slow. Use the first alerts or even the first days or even the first week to just observe, backtest, take it slow, and understand how to use them properly. And the second mistake is trying to deal with too many projections at once at the beginning, right? So basically, you will have a lot of pairs, also indices, technically from the very beginning, right? And some people then try to take everything they receive, which is again a major problem you should never do, right? Select a few out, say no to literally 70% of projections. That is your best bet at the very beginning to make most out of it. So just, and then you can still backtest the other ones you don't trade live. Of course you can, right? But the ones you trade live, be very selected with them at the beginning. That doesn't mean you should be, oh, I don't like UF, I don't like UC, I don't like US30, I don't like AU, I will just look at EU and GU. No, this is exactly not what you should do. You should still look at multiple pairs to find the most accurate or like the best setup of the day, regardless of the pair. This is what you should get used to. You should not cancel out 5 pairs just because you don't like them for argument's sake. No, there can be the best possible setup in the whole day can be in USD CAT, for example, right? And EU was completely shit that day. So, right, get used to multiple pairs, but only try to take 1 or 2 or 3 projections at the entire day overall pairs. As long as you get used to that, bang, bang, bang. Very, very nice, okay? Then the third mistake is not putting your own analysis, just blindly trusting the Oracle. Again, the Oracle is very accurate. Of course it is. It's very good what it does, but of course it also will make mistakes. And these mistakes you will avoid by just putting in your own analysis. And at the end of the day, you should be able to become an independent trader, and you only can do that when you also understand the markets yourself and have good own analysis. This is why we give you an entire package of highest trading education in this industry combined with this as well, so you actually also understanding what's going on. Right? The fourth mistake is taking the projection line too literally. That means when the projection line looks like that, and some people, I don't even know what the hell is going on there, they're putting a limit order right here. That's insane. You should never just do that based on the projection line. So never ever do that. It works pretty good for take profits, I'm being honest, right? It has overall very good understanding of like projecting out these moves, right? But you should never ever do that. That's again when you get the projection that looks like that, obviously,
right? And then you look in the chart, and the chart is like blah blah, has liquidity down there, and the projection goes like here. That's not a good idea, right? Then just draw your own projection in the chart, take the liquidity down there, and adjust the projection to make it look like this. Identify a next liquidity area. It was like here, maybe. Nice. Okay, so the projection, the ideal projection would look like this, right? Perfect. And then you find your entry in here. Lovely. But it's still the idea comes from the Oracle, which gives you the hint, the idea, but never try to take it completely literal, the projection line, okay? Then the next one is not looking at enough pairs to focus on only the highest quality setups provided, right? I mentioned this like earlier. You should actually try to learn to look at all the past Oracle alerts you. Again, there's nothing wrong with saying no to even 90% of the projections you get, as long as you pick out the highest quality setups which you think they are also in line with your own analysis, right? It doesn't take long to make a basic analysis on each pair each day, as long as you base it on the alerts, right? If you get an UC alert right now, it takes literally 1 minute to see if this setup idea is valid or not based on your own understanding. If, again, you practiced and did the knowledge parts before, because your knowledge will be pretty decent after that. And then it literally is like a 1 minute decision. Do I consider this alert or do I not consider this alert? Or I'm not sure, man, I'm not sure. I just wait for the next one. The next pair usually takes not too long anyways. Keep in mind, you get so many alerts every day. You have unlimited options. Your only task is to confirm which ones you like and ignore the ones you don't. And that's basically is also the sixth point, is trying to take every projection and not knowing when to stay away. It's very simple. Just stay away at the beginning anyways for everything, backtest, and then find your ideal setups. Also, of course, your timing, what is your ideal session to trade in, and then learn to use those the most efficient. And that's also the seventh and last point, not backtesting projections enough before even trying to consider taking them. Again, take literally a week just backtesting projections and understand the accuracy, how you could take them, the entry approaches coming with them. Of course, that will also be covered in a bit. And then building a proper routine around it. As long as you do all of those things and don't do these things that is listed up here, you will have a beautiful journey. If you don't try that, it will be very rough, you will get overwhelmed, and it will be very tricky. So try to stay consistent with it, put in the work. Again, it's also some work involved, of course, and you will have a lovely, lovely time. Alright, so let's get into it. Understanding the little Oracle alerts and projections. First of all, we're gonna do some alert anatomy and look at the alert itself. So every alert will start, of course, with the pair for the projection given. You will get obviously a DM for those specific pair. It will, of course, even say it, EU, for example, in this one, and even says the name of the pair as well. In this case, it is EU, and of course it gives you the date of the projection. In this case it was somewhere in April. Then they have a picture attached to it, and this picture will always be the M5 time frame. Always, it will never be a different time frame other than the M5, so just keep that in mind. And it's also important, as you will see, there's the Asia range in it, there's the basic timing template included on every screenshot. That is for your orientation purposes. So essential that you also have this timing template on. Of course, if you went through the educational content already, which you should have, then you will know this already and already using it, right? So that is actually essential. Otherwise, you will not really understand where the projection is, and it's harder for you to find where the projection is drawn at, right? So include the template in your own charts and make it looking similar, also the chart colors, so then it will be very easy for you to identify where this is. But of course, you will also have the time, exact time, that is always UTC +2. Of course, that is German time, so keep the time changes in mind. In daylight saving time. So just put your own charts also at German time in TradingView in the bottom right corner. That makes it very easy for you to also have the right timing regardless of where you are in the world or what time zone you are. So that is German time. So use that, as well as also the template also is based on that times as well, right? Then the next thing, keep in mind, every chart and every projection is of course live. There's no redraws, there's no whatever weird things. This doesn't change anything. It will send you the live projection and also the live alert, and basically gives you the ideal situation it projects out. What you have to do then is, first of all, again, keep that in mind, always look at the alert, be like, okay, oh yeah, we took out huge liquidity zones, we have had a massive channel build up and trend build up. We took out basically, I mean, Asia high was literally there, so I'm not sure if that's Asia high. I would rather say this was Asia high, right? Takes it out with momentum and speed. We are in the Frankfurt Open time window, right? Nice. We're also now approaching these supply areas. Nice. And now it wants to sell for a signature setup. Okay, that is overall a potential setup to consider. So I'm confirming it. Nice. That's a check mark, obviously. Then I go to my own charts, put the ideal projection on my own chart, so I have this orientation, and then do everything from this point onwards. We'll do the analysis there. Of course, look for entries, all of that stuff, but more to that later as well. Then some more information about the alerts itself. Of course, it gives you the direction in case you don't already see it in the projection chart, right? It of course says the direction, in this case the short. Once again, the pair in here, and it also has a liquidity ranking of the projection. This can be either minor, medium, or major. This is just an algorithmically generated probability score, right? Just keep that in mind. Of course, minor means a little bit of a less chance that it happens. Major usually means higher chance of happening. Medium means, yeah, medium obviously. This doesn't matter though that minors can't be absolute perfect Mona setups as well. And it doesn't mean that major can be wrong as well. Of course, it's just an overall guide for you to consider it like quote unquote more important, right? But it still doesn't mean that you only should look at the majors, as again, also minor ones can be literally perfect Mona setups as well. The next thing is, or the last thing even, price feed provider, and it always shows you the exact feed from the screenshot. In this case, it is FXCM. We also highly recommend you to use the same feed so you don't have any differences. For example, let's say you used to underfeed on TradingView and you would have like a crazy day open wick in here, then your Asia range maybe looks completely different to the chart provided. So to avoid any differences in chart feeds or Asia boxes and stuff like this, just use the same feed that the Oracle uses, in this case FXCM, and you will always have the same exact price feed and chart as well to avoid any complications.
You never put like a limit order or something like that on the projection line. Do not do this. It gives you the idea to not use it as a buy or sell signal. It's the idea. You have to wait for confirmations until the proper situation played out, and you're going to catch all the monos. But if you're just blindly going to fire limit orders in the projections, it's not good. Don't do this. Never do this, okay? It's a guide. It's a guide, and it alerts you. So, what the Oracle is not for. It's not a buy-sell signal. It's not get an alert blindly and press buy-sell. It's not a projection and expect price action to fill the projection line to the absolute pit. It's not a 100% perfect projection model. It will not have every direction right every time. And it will not give you an entry stop loss TP and will not manage a trade for you. But what is it? It's the best probably tool in the industry at this point. Like, what else would it be? And it gives you an abundance of opportunities, and it will literally be so helpful for you to manage not only different pairs, like saves you time, leverages your trading. Everything will be enhanced if you just treat it right. As every tool, you can misuse it. If I give you a hammer and you brush your teeth with it, it will not be good for you. So don't misuse a perfect tool, okay? So, when the Oracle is not for you, when you think you can blindly open positions because you get an alert, when you love signal services and just do exactly what you're told, if you can't make your own decisions and rely purely on getting told what to do, when you can't use your own analysis in combination with a projection or like a potential projection, when you think you can just sit there and do absolutely fuck all and magically will make money. No. If you're not willing to learn and understand the markets beforehand. Okay? But what the Oracle and when the Oracle will be perfect for you. When you want to make a trading more efficient, more saving hours of analyzing, looking at different pairs, using your absolute peak potential you have as an individual trader to have basically every alert for every possible Mona. When you know how to use tools and also what the word of a tool is, and you have to use it with skills, you don't want to monitor price actions all day long, and you don't have too much time, and when you overall understand that the price projections are an overall guideline for you, and you have to make the last decision for it. As long as you all do that, absolute perfect. So, almost done. How to properly use the Oracle? 0. First, everything starts with your education. Get your education right. There's only benefits by doing it anyways. Okay, we provide you every content basically you'll ever need anyway. So make it anyways. Learn, study, understand the markets, understand liquidity, understand all the different types of liquidity and stuff like that, overall market intentions, the bigger picture, everything. Then choose the pair and session you want to get covered by going into the Oracle channels. And then obviously you see the tutorials there. And then tick the ones you want to look at. Again, as you said earlier, we recommend choosing 1 or 2 pairs at the beginning to not get overwhelmed with all the alerts and get used to the projections. 2. Once you get an alert, analyze your chart and compare to the given direction of the Oracle. If the Oracle says this and this projection, see if it makes sense, and when it does, perfect. 3. Once you confirm with your own analysis the projection given could be right, use the chart's context to determine where the logical reversal point should be, not, for example, equal highs of Asia high, right? And then where your ideal entry would be. 4. Once you confirm the proper, realistic reversal point with the help of the Oracle line, you now have to determine the logical target. Can also vary of the projection line given. The projection line given is obviously a very good guidance, but you're smarter than a line. Okay? So if you need to exceed the pullback, exceed it. If you have to cut it a little bit short, cut a little bit short. Okay, but you know this better. If you look for mitigation or inducement next, depending on the context. 5. Now you have to make the right decision for if you either want to execute the order, if you want to limit order, if you wait for additional confluences. You basically have to still manage the order, of course, with your own analysis. 6. Monitor price action with the alerts by putting yourself to keep track of the outcome. Again, just because the Oracle said this and this and this, you still have to obviously put some alerts of when you pull break even, where you want to target, all of that stuff. So keep still the trade and management in mind. And that's 7 already. Manage and adjust UTP accordingly in context, obviously, with the price projections which develops. 8. Repeat. And that's all. That's the magic formula for literally a new approach to intraday trading. So, summary of how to use the projections. See it like this. You can be a lazy shit once you have your proper market understanding, okay? That's a fact. But once you get a potential opportunity presented to you multiple times per day automatically, then you have to utilize your knowledge and market understanding if it makes sense or not. As once you get an alert, you actually have to do something for 15 or 30 minutes to actually see if it makes sense or not. That's all that is required to use the Oracle. If you can't do that, not good. If you can do that, absolutely perfect. And then you will unfold the unlimited power, okay? So first, always, I said it 500 times during this call. Get an alert, see if it's valid. If it is, perfect. If not, perfect. Wait for the next one. There will be a few, okay? Lovely. As long as you did it, it's all gonna be good. I make a few more jokes and then I'm done. What the Oracle is not about, it's not there to babysit you, it's not making you burp, it's not gonna, whatever, feed you and cut your hair, but it's a tool. It will help you big time. Okay? Also keep in mind to not overreact. Again, I know it's happy, oh, alert, Oracle, yes, I want to unpack it, I want to use it. Take some time, treat it patiently, make the most out of it. Okay? Will not run away, use it properly. And the best ever approach you can use it is see it as the most fanciest and only quote unquote dating app you should ever use. The setup dating app. The Oracle is scanning the market for you automatically and provides you basically with every potential match for you. Every Mona, every signature, every completed cycle will be presented to you. And all you have to do is be like, do I like this? Do I not like it? Do I like it? Do I not like it? So sometimes you will get presented a 10, absolute Mona, beautiful. You press match or whatever, this fucking heart icon shit, okay? Sometimes, though, you will also get a 5. And no one will force you to go on a date with that 5, okay? So just swipe away. Don't use it, okay? Because you pick and choose and swipe for the best ones for you, and then you go on a date with this setup. Perfect. Keep in mind, the same with a real dating app, the options presented probably will not lead to marriage, but to short-term situations. So same with the alerts. Don't marry the trades. They are for short-term positions, intraday positions. So all opportunities are intraday plays only. As every tool and skill is, you will take some time to get used to it, become fluent with it, and get an expert with it. As long as you keep in mind that not every time you get an alert that instantly means buy or sell, it will be the most helpful tool you will ever use. You have to take it as, oh, there might be a quality opportunity right now. Let's double check. And if it's valid, it's not. Or if it's not, you have to decide. The Oracle provides you with the idea. You make the decision if it is a good idea or not. That is also why you got the educational content. You get your knowledge and understanding of the markets, which will help you to use this overall. And also keep in mind, the Oracle is the first ever beta phase. There's nothing like this in the industry. There's like shitty indicators, there's like shitty signal services, there's like whatever nonsense shit. This is the only tool in the industry at this point that actually gives you price protection on the actual liquidity aspect of price action. And it's probably the only one we're ever going to see. There never was something like it. There probably will never be something like that. So treat this tool as it is. Okay, which is an insane opportunity. No one will ever have something like it. So you have it in your hands. So make the most out of it.
And there you go, you're ready for your first live days with the Lit Oracle alerts and projections. And I will give you a little showcase of how it basically will look like usually when you're starting out. So at first of all, of course, you will receive an alert and you will be like, oh, what is going on here? And you will be all confused and like, oh, calculating it out what happened. And then you look at the chart and projection and be like, okay, interesting, interesting. And then maybe you just wait it out if you're smart about it, and then you come back an hour later and boom, will realize how good it actually can be. But then, of course, you will be, I want more, and you will see a new Oracle projection at the same pair, for example. And after literally the TP from the first one, would have been reached, because of course we could have taken this beautiful short in here, of course, that would be possible. But then you need to receive a new Oracle projection, the same pair, and this time it's a buy right after, and yet again you wait a few hours and boom, same thing happened, and of course another possible beautiful entry in here. But on the same side, right, you will also be like, wow, that is amazing, and you will be welcome to the new world. But then you will also realize, wow, even this little pullback in here was projected out before by the Oracle. How crazy is that? But then you will realize, oh my god, there's a lot of projections I'm receiving. As of course, the Oracle projects many pairs and indices as well, and it can get a little bit crowded, especially at the beginning when you're not used to it, because the moment you have access, boom, it's just gonna fire alerts. So it's very important to get slowly used to it to avoid getting overwhelmed, because again it will project a lot, and if you're not used to it, you will literally be overwhelmed, and that has to be avoided by all costs. So stay calm, don't panic, just obviously get used to it first, and don't try to jump in right away. Take every projection. Oh my god, now you, I have to take this buy, and oh my god, GU as well, and UF, and US30, oh my god. No, don't do that. Stay calm, and it will be good. Right? For example, I show you how it should be. Let's look, for example, how powerful Oracle can be in just one pair in one session. For example, we go to EG at this point, right? We receive this interesting buy in here. You do some analysis, obviously more about that later, and then boom, you will realize what a beauty would have been. Potential entry in here, of course, right? Then you just let it wait out. You receive the next alert on EG for the sells this time. You do your analysis, or let's first of all let even market wait or price come for you to take out this crazy head and shoulders liquidity, right? And then of course you look for an entry, but boom, same exact thing. Here would be the entry, here would be the take profit. Beautiful stuff. 2 setups, 2 trades, 1 pair, 2 alerts. That is all technically you need in order for it to be amazing for you. So don't rush it, don't make it crazily overwhelming for yourself. It literally only takes 2 setups, maybe even in the same pair, and you would be done for the day. It's not about catching everything and trying to rush in and 5 pairs, this and this and this. Of course, you should look at multiple pairs, so you have a good selection of only the most quality setups there is. But of course, you shouldn't consider every single setup as well. For example, here, this one, right? You receive this one now on EU, for example. Okay, takes out this beautiful Asia high, equals also internal liquidity, super nice. The world is already buying big time, right? We had this crazy buy trend scenarios, and of course, what happens after? Bang, bang, what a surprise. It's literally exactly the same setup once again with a beautiful entry in here. And you will be celebrating like Mr. Conor McGregor in here, right? But then again, while you're having this right for the sell side, oh my god, what happened? You receive a buy alert from the Oracle, and this time even medium liquidity, and you'd be like, oh my god, what should I do? And that's exactly what you should not do, right? Shouldn't panic. You should use your own analysis, your own understanding, your own logic, and understand what the Oracle even wants to do. So in this case, of course, you had this beautiful sell setup. It's not done yet. The liquidity is down there, obviously, right? So what does the Oracle actually want to do? It sees this as a smart money trap. It thinks it will be a good reaction because guess what? We took out some good liquidity points in here, right? And of course, if you check the box, it's also London and obviously multiple other factors, right? And it wants to project out this scenario for the short yet again. It's definitely a very good idea, right? But some of you will be panicking because, like, oh, you took the sell, now it wants to buy. Oh my God, what should I do? try to apply logic. And again, if you understand the bigger picture that this main setup is a short setup, how do you know that? Use your own analysis. Huge buy trend forming in here, huge liquidity areas which already got taken out in here, builds another internal equal highs in here, takes out Asia. Absolutely crazy, right? Even fakes the break of structure before taking out Asia highs and the equals again to stop out even premature sellers in these areas, right? Like obviously with Asia high, and then it gives you this perfect sell in here. So of course the liquidity should be targeted here, here, or even all the way lower, and potentially even to this proper POI with imbalances left as well. As long as you understand the bigger picture, you will understand, okay, it projects out this order flow possibility in here, right? So doesn't mean you have to trade it though. Doesn't mean you have to look for a buy just because it says it. Of course not. What you should do, you understand this alert as the main one. You're celebrating, yay, yay, this is your main setup for the day. And then you see the possibility or like the alert for the order flow possibility, and you easily can be, who the fuck is that guy, right? And just ignore this projection. It's not a bad projection, but it's just a possibility that might happen, but doesn't mean you have to take it as well. And then, shocking surprise, right? Boom, this absolutely thing just, I mean, technically it never even went there, not even close, right? It just completely dumped from there on, right? And obviously the sell would have been absolutely perfect, right? But the possibility that this occurred, which obviously in real life would be amazing if it happened, and in hindsight, if that would have happened, that would be the perfect entry in here as well, but it simply did not happen. But the Oracle projected it out that it might happen. So again, it's completely fine to understand sometimes the idea is presented, but then, hey, it's a possibility that this could happen, understand the bigger picture, and then simply wait for the next alert that makes more sense. For example, didn't take too long until we reached even this point of interest here. We took out internal or like external liquidities in here and here and here. We reached this point of interest with imbalances. Boom, tapped in here. And shocking surprise, what does the Oracle give us? A nice buy projection in here. So guess what? Shocking surprise, right? Literally a few hours later, understanding the overall context of the price action and then combining logic into it to get the best setups out of it. But as you see, Mr. McGregor also here celebrating, there's one very big detail you have to see, which is in here, right? I'm not sure if you can see it. Let me change my color. There we go. 22 and 5, not undefeated. Of course, sometimes there will be a wrong projection. Of course, there will be. It's based on logic and probabilities, not on like 100%. This will happen, guaranteed. Again, as you saw earlier, it just projects you out what is most likely to happen. That doesn't mean it has to happen. It is very good. Again, 22 and 5. That's actually pretty good, right? I mean, that's Mr. McGregor. Oracle has a very good score as well. Majority of the alerts will actually play out. That's obviously why we have it. But some of alerts, of course, will not. It's based on logic. Sometimes logic will not happen. An easy example, let's say, let me make this black again. Let's say we have this huge liquidity areas, right? And then whatever, some internal plays in here, bang, bang, bang. And then we have an inducement low. Let's say it projects you out to take out these liquidity zones, but it only does this. This is not wrong, right? The logic would make sense to take out these huge liquidity areas, but let's say this happened and then it takes it out. Okay, but again, the projection was in here. The logic is definitely fine to take it out. So, of course, it doesn't have to happen 100% like this all the time. It gives you the overall idea. You put logic to it, your own understanding, look to the left, your own analysis, the context, and it will be absolutely beautiful. For example, very easy, beautiful, simple setup idea, takes out huge liquidity areas, Asia high gets induced, we're in timing windows, absolutely beautiful signature setup possibility after this major up run. So guess what? Boom, easy setup, right? But this is exactly how you should do it. And the purpose of the Lit Oracle, it is designed to simply make your life easier and enhance both your trading efficiency and time efficiency, right? There's no need of looking for setups all day long over multiple pairs. Let the Oracle do this work for you. When you get presented an idea, just confirm it, or most importantly, deny it if you don't like it. Again, literally just presents you possibilities on a silver plate, and you can decide, I like it, I don't like it. Easy, right? It does literally tens of years of knowledge and understanding for you within literally effortless like rotation, right? So what usually takes you years or months, whatever, how to learn to identify proper setups, the Oracle literally gives it for you in a blink of an eye. So this is the power you have. Literally, it's the most crazy unfair advantage you have over everyone else in the industry, and literally eliminates or saves you hours per day, and literally months and years before that, right? The most important thing is learn still the own understanding in the content given. It's very important. Again, we want you to be an independent trader and not like dependent on the Oracle. At some point, of course, you should be able to identify your own setups, but the Oracle is just an insanely good tool to make your life much easier and enhance your journey towards that goal. And keep in mind, a human against the market is overall not ideal. You know the stats, 90% of traders get absolutely smoked. A machine against the market is definitely better, but guess what? A human with the right machine against the market is literally overpowered. And this is what we want to create. Use your human intentions, your human knowledge, your human understanding in combination with the machine of the Lit Oracle, and combine the both, or like the best out of both worlds, human intentions and full automation, right? This is the goal with this, and of course, utilize it as it should be. And remember, with Lit Oracle, it's the most effective way to combine the best out of two worlds I just said. Full automation, manual analysis, use it exactly like that. But one last time, keep in mind, never use the Lit Oracle projections on their own. Just because you get an EU alert and you don't understand it and you think like, oh my god, why is that doing it? And you actually don't agree with it, do never try to trade it. It's as simple. If you understand the trade idea, if it does make sense to you, boom, absolutely perfect. Pull your own analysis to it. Maybe put some tweaks. Maybe like, okay, this and this and this. Some would be nicer to take out, and then trade with it. As long as it aligns with your directional bias, perfect. If it does not, simply stay away. Always use your own understanding and own analysis before considering an alert. And most importantly, do never ever try to just buy or sell random alerts. This is the worst thing you could ever do. It's not built for being a buy or sell indicator. It's built to give you the most likely happening possibilities on a liquidity understanding, right? It's a very complex system based on logic, okay? It's not there like, hey, buy now, sell here. No, use logic, your own understanding, and it will literally be crazy to have, but don't abuse it, okay? It's literally like the Joker says, you complete the Oracle, and the other way around. You have gaps, the Oracle has gaps. If you combine them, boom, boom, boom. As long as you understand the overall idea of what the Lit Oracle does, it's all gonna be lovely. So basically, the Lit Oracle, as we mentioned a few times, projects out the most likely happening price action outcome based on our liquidity inducement algorithm. But that also means just because it is logical, high probability projection, does not mean it has or will happen 100% of the time. Of course not, right? So sometimes there is possibilities or probabilities that will simply not happen, as there's other factors that might overweight that scenario, right? For example, we can get a projection to take out a huge liquidity area with which has been a triple top bottom, for example, but then price simply does not do this, but instead gives like a quadruple bottom instead, right? This can happen, of course, as just because it was or it would have been a logical outcome that it would take out the liquidity and it didn't happen, this doesn't make it a bad projection. It simply never happened, right? But of course, that's why we also should wait for confirmations about any potential setup and not just place random limit orders or something like that. And of course, use risk management, very strict risk management actually, and of course, have a logical stop loss as well in case some idea fails. I'll give you an example about that. Right, we had like this GU alert, for example, and if we analyze the chart, what happened or like what was there at the time, right? We had Asia highs in place still, and basically Oracle thinks like, okay, take some internal liquidity, some nice trend gets taken, this liquidity zones internally gets taken, and it wanted to take out Asia high, right? But of course, the overall context was a little bit different, which is very tricky to track, as we took like internal liquidity once already, then again twice, and then it just went for the mitigation of Asia high, which is something we basically on default rule of thumb never like that it happens, and then basically just use this as an internal inducement and then went lower. But this is not something we even want to predict, and Oracle does also not predict, right? It rather wants that Asia high equal highs get taken and then drop from there. But that simply did not happen, aka the projection failed. Does it mean it's a wrong projection? I'm not so sure about that. You can judge that yourself based on the context of the pair. If you look at it, again, the 10 times nicer scenario is you take all these Asia lows liquidity, fake break obstruction here with also equals inducement to take out Asia low and then take this beautiful buy in here and obviously aim for the next liquidity areas. That's of course the picture perfect situation for this day given and shocking surprise. This is also an alert we got with a major score. Again, it's based on logic, what should happen. And again, if it then stays short of Asia high and goes for the mitigation instead and then falls from there, again, it can have some quote unquote mistakes where it then thinks, okay, take out this liquidity point, go into this zone, and then take out these zones as well. Again, it's not really a wrong thing to think of, but of course, sometimes it can just simply fail. That is not something we can predict ever. Obviously, we going there in a nice direction, getting it more and more accurate, but of course, it sometimes will be quote unquote wrong, even if the logic is correct. But of course, you always also should apply your own basic technical analysis and wait for confirmation as well. For example, if you just wait until this POI gets tapped in, wait for some sort of reaction, simply there would nothing that would happen to you because it just simply bursts through it. If you just wait for simply a reaction, M1 LBS or something like that, boom, that never even happened in the first place, so it would be fine as well. So as long as you just base your logic a little bit on it, don't place random limit orders, you're completely fine. Or to give you an easier example as well, right, let's say you get this alert in here and it wants to sell right away. Just again, look at the chart. You have liquid targets, perfect. You have a main inducement. You have the crazy buy liquidity already being built up. Absolutely perfect. That's the main inducement of the day. Very nice. Already London mitigations already there. You want to trade away from that. Perfect. And then it just wants to sell from here already. What's better to do? Wait for some POI, wait for some build up, look for the liquidity points, wait for the inducement of the build up into this POI. So again, just literally from this zone instead, right? Instead of like randomly shorting it right away, wait for this to happen, and then absolutely perfect stuff, boom, boom, boom. As long as you do these little things, it's literally over. Okay, keep that in mind though. You need to do some technical analysis for some of them. A lot of times it is also already perfect. Some just need some adjustment to then make the chart perfect and also logical as well. Understanding the pairs and indices covered by the Lit Oracle. So you will find basically that a lot of alerts will come your way once you have access to it, right? You will see like all the pairs it gives and it will start alerting you right away. So it is obviously up to you to find the comfortable amount of alerts and projections you will consider per day. What I mean by consider is which ones you actually try to trade and which ones you will ignore. You will have a ton of selections. We talked about it a lot of times actually before this point. It's important that you still look at all the pairs because, for example, EU, GU can look like a mess, but for example, USD Canadian looks absolutely perfect and you have a perfect signature setup in there. So you shouldn't cancel out pairs or indices on default, just rather base it on the day's price action given. And if it's not clear, then simply don't consider it. For example, if you have something like this, you're inside Asia range, again, there's no harm in just be like, okay, I don't like it, and just don't do anything of it. Like, because even there, like, what's a nice point of interest to base it on? Even you have like a nice possible scenario playing out in here, but again, the ideal situation is something like this, and even then, it's like not the cleanest thing as you're basing it around Asia high and all of these things. So it's very fine to just simply say stay away and then just back test this example and see how it played out, what you could have done with it, and always remember that of course you will be like sweating or like, oh, should I take this alert? Should I not take this alert? It will be very difficult at the beginning, of course, as always, and you do something new, it will be tricky. But once you did it for like a week or two, it will be very flawless and very effortless, and you get a very nice rhythm, and you just look at it, give it a few moments of analysis, and be like, yeah, I like this, or I don't like this. Oh, now I get a U alert. Oh, I like this better. I like this definitely more than this U alert, and boom, I'm getting a SPX alert. Now, oh, I don't like that one, and base it around that. That will be very smooth. But of course, it will take some time. But see it more like a quest for you, right? You have like the main quest, which of course should be EU and GU. That's very beginner friendly. And then you have your side quests with all the other pairs. And you have your bonus quests with US30 and SPX, for example. And we, for the beginning, recommend that you mainly focus on EU, GU, and US30 and SPX because this is like a very calm amount of projections you will get, and slowly get used to the side quests and then add like some EG, GF, UF, UC, AU, even though UC, for example, can have some absolute bonus as well. It's just important that you backtest them at the beginning and don't try to consider everything trading live, right? Because your main objective for the day, of course, and every day, that means, is finding the perfect setup, the perfect Mona setup of the day, regardless of the pair, right? Aim for 2 to 3 setups you actually take per day. Doesn't matter what pair it is in. If it's AU, US30, and GBP Swiss franc, perfect. It doesn't matter. You don't have to take an EU trade every day. It does not mean you have to, right? It's as simple, right? There can be the cleanest setups in the whole day, can be in USD CAT, for example, and you looked like shit. That will happen, and of course, happened multiple times before. So it's important that you get used to this multiple pair analysis. For example, like let's give you a random one. This was a day in USD CAT. We had like, what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projections in that day, and literally 5 of them have been arguably absolutely perfect, and only one was like a little bit weird. And again, you should also see why this is weird if you're just applying your basic technical analysis. Let's not go into that. We have a lot of examples after that. But that is just an example of how yeah, good. For example, USD CAD can be, and whatever EU maybe wasn't that nice. So just because you don't like the pair overall for previous experiences doesn't mean you should not consider it now with the Lit Oracle. Give it a chance, every pair, and see what setups you like. Base it around the setup and not the pair. Of course, if your broker allows it, if you have insane spreads on Euro GBP, for example, then of course you don't have to consider that one, for example, but that is based on your broker and not the setup, right? If the setup is nice, regardless of the pair, then try to take it as well. The next thing you have to understand is the possibility of so-called multi-alerts. So sometimes it can give you a projection with a minor score, right? It obviously sees these equals, very nice. That's literally also based on the very funny projection it had like in here before, if you remember in the earlier video. And now it projects out, okay, take out these equals in here, and then obviously go to the short side. Then it takes out these equals and be like, okay, now I'm medium, right? It's actually much better now because I actually did take it out. I didn't only project out to take them out, we also did take them out. Very nice. But then momentum and speed kicks in as well. Boom, it gives you the major score for that projection, right? So it's technically 3 alerts, but it's based on the same exact situation. So in this early alert, you should already, with your understanding, be like, okay, that's a good idea, but the nicer idea situation is, of course, something like this. And to get it as accurate as possible, of course, use your own chart. Look left to be right. As we have this major liquidity point in here, we look to the left. We have some very nice point of interest in here with imbalances, often inducement, picture perfect stuff. And then, of course, these projections here should all make sense like this. And this is exactly how you should do it with every projection you have, right? Adjust or like understand the projection idea, put your own analysis to it, go to the M1, wait for confirmations, in this case, for example, some RBOS, right? And then taps perfect in the POI, boom, into the next target, liquidity point, bang, bang, bang. Simple as that. And this is basically how you always should do it, right? And understanding the quote unquote premature alerts, right? If it gives you something in here, or like even here, right? Always when you get an alert, check your own chart. If again the projection is in here, the idea is not wrong, it's just premature. Then when it goes higher, boom, it gives another projection that was in here, right? Very nice. Oh, not even in here, actually, sorry, that was actually even way nicer. It's already in here, right? So this one is actually completely on point, and this one was just very premature, right? And if in cases like that, use your own chart as always. Okay, that looks like a good inducement POY already. Also, these inducement in here, and then it induces the inducement, so definitely good POY in there. And then drop off this, bam, 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 and then even stays short of this POY in here, creates another liquidity, boom, and then the final inducement after, and then obviously drops from there. You only can see these things when you obviously use your own charts for confirmations and understanding it properly, and then use the Oracle again for your overall compass and guideline. As for example, it also gives you this by projection into, boom, this POY in here. But you only can understand those plays when you use your own chart for understanding as well. If you just look at this chart and then be like, why the fuck would I buy here? I would agree. Because again, we took out this major liquidity zones, even this one. That definitely looks like a better short in here. If you don't put the context, but then guess what? If you look to the left, see the POY, what's going on, right, and see that this stayed short of touching into this POY, okay, out of a sudden it does make much more sense to even have this projection into this POI, and then look for the POI after. Boom, right? Okay, another example. Similar idea projections. That basically means it fires a short here, fires a short here, fires a short here. Price basically roamed around within the same POI non-stop, and only then, boom, dropped. So yes, it's free projections, but it's basically the same exact setup idea. I mean, one was minor, two went medium. It's completely different prices if you check. For example, this is the at 1 o'clock, this is at 3 or like 4 almost, and this is almost at 5, right? So definitely different setups. But again, one setup, let's even try to identify it. One was in here, the other one was in here-ish, and the next one was in here, right? So it's basically 3 times the same setup, but 3 different alerts. So just keep that in mind as well. And as always, use your analysis, perfect signature situation, M5 RBUS in here, right? That's already a very nice trade in here. And then it just wants to re-enter it from this projection, and this projection, right? Technically valid, but I mean a little bit messy in here. But that, of course, will happen when price is messy. Of course, the projections also will be messy because it's just based on price action, what's shown. And the more rangy it is, the more obviously it has to work with. And then, of course, multi-alerts or like similar projections can happen as well. Be aware of that, and it's all good. But most importantly, before any alert, and that is literally for every alert and projection, try to confirm or ignore or deny the setup first. Always, period. There will be a lot of alerts. It's crucial that you just do this on a basic timeline, right? So you get an alert, always, boom, see if you like it or don't like it. Why would we, for example, like this one? We do some very basic analysis. Boom, you add it on. Okay, we had a nice channel in here, huge liquidity areas with a triple top in here, liquidity build up with triples in the bottom. Also Asia low, still not induced yet. We have a nice POI in here with imbalances below, right? We have this projection leading into this POI, which is also Asia midline. You can see it here a little bit better, right? And then, of course, we can be, yes, I like this alert, put the projection into my own chart, make the analysis, of course, and then what a charm, it played out very lovely and even gave a nice re-entry with a mini build up in here. Boom, boom. Right, and that is how you should do it. Or the other way around, you receive an alert like this and see like 1, 2, 3, 4 highs of Asia in here, and then it says sell India, but in reality, I mean, come on, that is some nice equal low inducement in there, some structural inducement in here, in London already. That's literally equals up here, and I'm not sure why the Oracle confirmed that so early already. Again, the much better idea is to definitely stay away and wait for this to happen, to take out these equals, and then obviously the projection is fulfilled. But that's definitely a very, very, very premature projection, and definitely wrong in this case where it presents it here, and you should be able to understand those things as well. Again, it will happen, of course, much more rare than good ones, but it definitely will happen. That's for sure. It will happen. There will be some funny projections, but usually they are like easy to spot when you have the right knowledge, and of course, they don't happen too many times. And there we go. No time wasted. It is your first week of Lit Oracle use soon to improve your knowledge like with performance enhancing drugs. And it will be a lovely process, and you will see the power you actually can unfold with the right tool in this case. So, step 0. And very, very important to understand that, obviously, once again, we covered it last
day and videos, but obviously now, once again, understand first what the Lit Oracle is actually about, and that is a tool. Like it is like training wheels to learn how to drive or like ride the bicycle, the Oracle, the Lit Oracle will help you obviously to become a master at your craft. It should be a helpful tool to make you a master yourself. As you can see here, you're like, oh, the beginning, oh my god. But obviously, that's not even like the proper training wheels. You know what I mean? When you put like the little wheels on the right, so obviously you can then take them off later on, and you see this guy just drives more wheelies than he does anything else. And that's obviously where you should go with this. Use the Oracle as a training tool at the beginning to then get more confidence, more obviously experience and knowledge with practice, 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 proper examples given by the Oracle, and so on, so forth. So this is like essential for you to understand that again, it is a tool. We want you to be independent and not dependent on Oracle. So don't misuse the tool. It's there to assist you to absolutely unfold your true potential. As again, you will have so much like options and like variety that again, most people get wrong when you look at more pairs, that it means more quantity of opportunities, quantity of trades, but this is quite the opposite. It will show you that it's the more options you have, the more quality ones you actually can pick and choose. Because the most error most people do, they maybe, let's say, they only want to trade EU. Okay, perfect. But what if EU price action is shit? It's just a trending like retail heaven, for example. You're gonna force yourself to take a position. You wanna make something up and make a mistake. But again, if you ignore EU if it doesn't look nice, but out of a sudden you think like, oh, UF, for example, USD Swiss franc, has like a beautiful signature setup. Why the fuck would you not take it? So it's you're just putting your limitation to yourself by not looking at other pairs to then pick and choose the most quality setups. And obviously, same thing for the pair. It doesn't mean that EU is not as good as AU, for example, but there's definitely days where AU will have nicer price action and better opportunities than EU will have. And you have to get used to exactly that. Again, don't go crazy with it. Don't look at all 9 pairs right away, but just get a feeling for it. Again, use it as a training wheel to then improve further from there. And again, the Lit Oracle is designed to assist you to combine your learned theory you gained over the last days, and obviously the knowledge as well, to now then also put it into practice by giving you the most recent examples. It's like basically you will have so many unlimited, like almost unlimited, like material to backtest on. It's crazy. Like there's so much you can learn from this and apply your knowledge into action by using the Oracle as a tool that shows you the potential opportunities, and you will able to understand it later on. And again, the goal is to make you an independent trader yourself. And the Lit Oracle just gets you there faster. Okay, so very important you understand this. Once you understand this, it's step one. And that's still digest and process all the information you learned over the last few days. And it was so much stuff you learned and so much things you have to take in. Of course, it will take some time to digest. And it's very important that you build your foundations before you move further. You remember the little example of the towers? How you have to make sure that the foundation and the tower is solid before you move on from there, because we don't want anything to collapse. We want everything to be solid. So that's why it's so important. Even when you now or like tomorrow get access to the Lit Oracle access, that you still focus on your knowledge first, because this is the backbone of basically everything. So revise all your keynotes, go over all the content if necessary. Again, maybe a few videos you want to rewatch or whatever. There's no rush. Again, there's so much time still. From now on over, it's all about improving and content or like knowledge certification, and obviously also to identify your weaknesses and your strengths, see where you have to improve, see what you're already good at. Maybe you find already what you like, what you don't like. Again, you don't have to use everything. If you don't like Asia session, you don't have to trade it. If you can't trade New York, also fine, then you obviously have to find your strengths in London. And obviously you also know London is the best session to trade. If you can trade it, perfect. If not, then you have to just find a way to obviously trade New York, for example. But no problem, the Oracle will help you with that, and that's where the power comes in. It will show you exactly where the best setups are in, for example, New York session. And you will have countless of examples to then backtest them from there, okay? But important, again, focus on the foundations. After this, finally, you're ready for step 2, and then you can use the Lit Oracle by looking at the previous results first. Important, note it down. Don't go into live alerts by Monday morning. That will be the worst thing you could do, because first you have to learn how to use the Oracle as a tool in hindsight. Everything step after step. You'll have plenty of time to use it like live as well, but first you have to improve your knowledge, hindsight in combination with the Lit Oracle. Once you did this, on repeat, remember, the first week of the Lit Oracle should be used as backtest as much as you can. Again, we said it just now. Start with hindsight markups to solidify your knowledge learned, and continue to go through all alerts and try to understand the reasons behind them and why they are actually good alerts. And you can do the same for the bad alerts. Why have the bad alerts been bad alerts? What did the Oracle actually do wrong? And you should understand why it maybe got tricked as well. Again, it's just an algorithm. It's not perfect. It just does logical things. Again, its hit rate is pretty good, but eventually it will make mistakes again. Okay? And after that, when you really put in a lot of effort, again, I'm talking literally, again, best case, 100 freaking hindsight markups. Not a joke. Again, the more the better. If you only do 5 for free, oh, I did 3 markups, why can't I see it yet? It will not work like that. The more markups you make, the more practice you will put in, the more time and effort you put into this whole thing, the better your results will be at the end of the day. So if you only make 3 markups and then try to take some live alerts, yeah, that's not gonna work out too well. So, but the moment you've put in enough time and effort, then slowly but surely you can tip your toes in, and maybe then when you put enough time in and you're fed up of hindsight markups because you made so many, your printer is even like shouting at you because you like print so many charts out, only then you can be like, okay, let me actually see like one of these live alerts, backtest that outcome, okay? Regardless, and this is the most important point, regardless of the pair or setup, if it's UF or AU or GU, it shouldn't matter to you. It's about learning the content, learning the setups, and picking quality. Again, EU can be a straight rising retail heaven, and you will have a perfect starter kit on GBP Swiss franc, for example. You just have to learn and get used to multiple pair analysis and picking the cleanest, price action and pairs basically, and setups from there. This is literally the point where you will see how insanely you will improve from there, because you're moving away from trying to force trading to trying to actually try to trade, but letting setups come to you and pick the most quality ones. You will see with the Oracle as well how many opportunities there are on a daily basis, how many good ones as well, and how many not so good ones, and how many break-even situations, for example. And you will learn the understanding of, oh, I have to focus on quality. There's so much stuff. There's no FOMO. There's unlimited opportunities every day. You just have to learn to use your knowledge the right way to pick only those. This is, for example, a markup of how you can use and practice with the Oracle. When you see the entire EU day and you use the Oracle to understand the meanings, literally everything is lined out for you. It just says exactly what there is, what you should look for, and then use your knowledge and understanding and market intentions to obviously complete the bigger picture. And this is how learning progress and improving progress is made. This is the most effective way you can improve, period. You will have literally so much advantage over anyone in the industry. Again, having the knowledge is one thing, but understanding it is the other. But then putting it into practice, this is where 99% of people or traders in the industry fail, because they don't have the proper way of testing what they learned. Okay, so this is how you have to approach it. Okay, and again, said it earlier, but it is literally crucial. You will see how many options you have throughout the day, and this is why you also have to get used to all the pairs. So what you just seen for like the EU markup, you can do the same for UF and GF and AF. It doesn't matter what the pair is. Okay, again, obviously you have to also check your broker and like if the pair makes sense for you, because if you trade EJ and whatever, your broker completely fucks your spread, then maybe you can eliminate EG, for example, or like whatever it might be for you. You have to check obviously what makes sense as well. We just give you this general recommendation. You definitely should consider all of the pairs if they make sense in terms of spread, quality over quantity. More pairs, but that means more quality. I said it earlier, most people get this wrong. They think more pairs mean just more, oh, I'm making more things up, blah, blah. But no, it just means you're looking at the most beneficial or like most quality setups and the cleanest price action, and you go from there. And this will, again, you will learn how the Lit Oracle will teach you patience, being more selective, actually, reducing FOMO, because you will see how many quality setups there are, and you also will be used to dealing with setups and move away from the not so clean ones and identify what are good ones, what are bad ones, what are neutral ones. Okay, and overall improve your own analysis on top of that and get used to quality. Okay, and also very important, learn to also not to consider alerts from the Lit Oracle. When you be like, oh, what does the Oracle want from me here? I don't think that's a likely outcome it's gonna make. Perfect. No one forces you to look at an alert or like a projection. It's again for your learning experience, and it's even good when you disagree from time to time and be smarter. Again, you should be smarter than the Oracle. You should be an independent trader. It's a tool that will just point you out and leads you into the right direction and supplies you with almost unlimited examples you can backtest, like on hindsight, on the edge, and literally live as well. Okay, so this obviously is for your own learning progress. To sum it up, the goal for your first week with the Oracle is to learn how to use the Lit Oracle as an insane learning curve enhancer. Again, literally your PEDs, your performance enhancing drug, your secret weapon that no one else in the industry has, you can combine with your proper knowledge, your understanding, your practicing, and like so many potential opportunities to then improve, put in the work, and become your fully independent trader yourself. The Lit Oracle just helps you to arrive and achieve this goal faster. You finally made it into the fun stuff, and that is about how to take the actual projections and alerts from the Lit Oracle. So the first thing is simplicity is king always, okay? So that means we keep it as simple as possible, but as efficient as possible. As always, though, before you consider taking any projection,
Again, remember the basic thing. Said it 100 times at this point. It is actually very important though. So before any projection, or like before you consider any projection alert, always try to confirm or ignore the setup given based on your own analysis and understanding, right? If it doesn't match it, ignore it. If it does, perfect, right? It takes you literally 1 to 3 minutes to decide if this is a good setup idea which you like to trade, or if you simply ignore it and wait for the next one which is clear. The next thing is that the projection line is just an overall guideline. Again, if you get the projection line and alert, that doesn't mean you have to instantly press buy. No. Again, first confirm the setup idea and then look at price action, look to the left as well, see the context, and then use this as an orientation. It's not meant to be sell or buy and put your target right at the projection line. No, that's not how it meant to be, right? So this basic projection line guidance in here. So for example, if the projection line says this in here to take out this point, but then you check price action and be like, oh wait, that is actually a very clean inducement POI. I'd rather wait for this to happen or like expect this to happen and don't expect this point to get taken, but rather it could be a valid POI and price action taps into it, mitigates it nice, and your entry approaches, obviously we'll cover them now, will be in here, for example, right? That is when the projection line extends a potential POI. Use your knowledge and understanding to figure out that this is just the overall idea and not exactly where we expect price to happen. Oh, exactly here, and your limit order sits here. No, you should never do that one, right? Or, for example, if it does this, it projects down here, you should be smart enough to understand, hey, wait a second, the POI is down there, imbalances get filled down here. I expect price to at least go into these imbalance areas from this valid inducement POI in here and then go from there on, right? Again, should be also pretty clear. The guidance though is saying just, hey, this is the potential buy opportunity, but of course the details you have to figure out yourself. Or, for example, and this is the most happening variation, the projection says buy, but price is not yet ready fully. Again, has some liquidity target in here. It just expects to be ready for the buy soon. Expect these liquidity targets to get taken out. Boom, boom, medium inducement, for example, and then look for your entries in here. And this again will happen a lot, and this is also the most effective ones as you have so much notice before, right? You can literally have an hour in there between to expect and set up your perfect buy and wait for buy after the liquidity grab and then get into the buy here. Right? So just keep that one in mind. But let's actually look how we can take them and use entry approaches. Again, simplicity is king. So, and overall, there is no magic entry approach that will fit every single projection or will also present for every single projection. Sometimes you have a present or like a projection idea which will play out absolutely perfect, but there simply wasn't a perfect entry to take it as well. Or, obviously, the projection doesn't play out at all and maybe you get smacked away. That also can happen, right? But some projections will, of course, present you the perfect entry and we will cover 3 recommendations that work very, very consistently for basically the majority of projections, and we will combine them for you to have an idea how actually to take them. Again, you have your own personal preferences. Everyone will pick the entry approach they personally prefer, or you can use a completely different one. That's up to you if you don't like any of those 3 recommendations we give you. But those 3 we will give you, they cover majority of the projections given very, very well and work very, very consistently, literally back tested on, or like not even back tested, used over like the last year consistently for all the projections given, right? So what are those 3 setups or like recommendations we will give you? The first one is the M5 or M1 point of interest approach. How you should approach them, we will go into great detail just in a bit, but the overall nutshell is basically you have an inducement POI, inducement of these equal lows, equal highs in here, right? And then you have some liquidity point here. You have like your build-up, you get a projection in these areas, and then obviously you expect this liquidity point to get taken, and then tap and fill these imbalances from this inducement POI, and then go from there. Okay, this is the variation number 1 you can take. Variation number 2 is the M1 RBOS. This is already much more efficient, as again it gives you another layer to this approach. Again, it's basically, it can be exactly the same setup in here, but instead of just taking it from here, like entry is here, SL is above here, obviously we go that into detail in a bit, right? You will wait for another layer of M1 RBOS and then expect this, entry here, stop loss here, boom, like this. This is already much better. Or a third one, which happens the most, many of you already know, this kind of entry approach. We never really used it that much in Lit ever, so shout out to the ones that trade these IVGs, right? There's a lot of them out there, so that's definitely credits to those people, right? Is like the so-called IVG, where you have an imbalance. And again, if you want to take a short, you want a bullish price action to form an imbalance, and when price comes back down and closes below this imbalance formed, your entry literally would be here. Stop can either be above here, depending on your preferences, and then you take it from that. That basically replaces the RBOS need, and it's literally just a more aggressive but still confirmed entry. But I will explain it in great detail in a bit. But first, let's go into the M5, M1 POI to cover that one a little bit more into detail. So the rules for the POI approach. So basically you have to know this is the least likely and least effective one out of the 3 recommendations we will give you. But the rules are pretty simple. So the POI has to be before the projection. That means if the projection is here, the POI has to be to the left of this projection. It can't be like where you have like this and then blah, blah, and then your POI gets formed within itself. This is not how you want it. This is for the RBOS approach, right? So this approach from this one right here, it has to have a mitigation to the left already, right? To continue that, it also, the POI, and this is the most important one, this has, or like ideally has to be a clean inducement POI. Again, it should not be a random price action like that. You get a projection here and be like, oh my god, POI here. Like, you should never, just because you get a projection, look to the left instantly and be like, oh yeah, POI. This is like the death of it. You should never do that. Always check if it's a legit POI based on an inducement itself. And if there's liquidity points internally before as well, then it is also much more accurate. The next one, it should also have imbalances. Again, if there is imbalances below, that POI gives already much more accuracy and possibilities to play out. The next one is POI should also have resting liquidity before that mitigation, before getting that mitigation. That means this point, for example, in here, or even this build-up in here, right? And if you have the projection there, you already have an inducement of this build-up, you have a structural inducement, and then filling the imbalances and then tapping in this POI that also is an inducement itself. You see, we're adding confluences and layers to make it more likely to play out. How does it look like in the chart? Exactly like that. For example, here was your overall build-up. Here's your momentum speed, inducing this build-up to the high side. Then, again, messing around a little bit in here, right? But what does it after? Gives you this imbalances, or like here, technically to the left. This is the liquidity point, also creates internal equal highs in there, right? And then even like little equals in here, boom, induces these little ones and this bigger ones, fills this imbalances from this inducement POI, right? Perfect. exactly how the illustration says, and then of course you can take the short based on this. Targets for those is always the next liquidity point, and break-even points is, for example, when you have like this, boom, either this one or this one, you can definitely put and should put this position at break-even. Okay, so where's the trade position? Actually, of course, it should be in here. Like here's the trade position. Like can either be a limit order or can just be market execution when it reaches this point of interest. And as L should go above this POY, right? Not where the purple box is in this one, for example. I'm not sure why it stops here. It should obviously go above the high. Looks like this, and the next target should be definitely the next M5 POY. Break-even point, for example, would be in here, or depending on what price action does, like let's say like this, and then it does like this, and here that should also be your break-even point. You should aim for minimum 1 to 3, maximum 1 to 5. I know you guys love to get like 1 to 10 trades out of those, right? But just play it slow. Like actually, these were all of these setups given by the Lit Oracle are super effective intraday wise, and not meant to be swing trades at all. If you literally get consistent 1 to 3s, even only, that is literally all you will ever need. So try to learn to do that properly and consistently, and that's literally all you will ever need. But this is basically the POY approach. Just keep in mind this is the least likely and least efficient one. Definitely still happens quite a few amounts. We'll give you a bunch of examples later as well. But first, let's cover some other entry approaches to give you more variances. The RBOS approach. So this one is more common and more effective, definitely, from these 3 recommendations. So more means more effective and common than the POY approach, right? Okay, so basically what you want is the same exact thing as before. Ideally, it doesn't have to be always, right? But ideally, the M5 POY is an inducement itself. Okay, if that is an inducement here, that already is much better. It can also just be supply and demand areas if it is not an inducement POY. Okay, so keep that in mind as well. It can either be this one, or of course it can be after an inducement, right? Ideally it is actually that. Like ideally it is an inducement, boom, and then you trade away from that, right? So either those two, so basically either supply or demand areas, like in the first entry approach. Ideally that also is from an inducement, or if this is not from an inducement, then expect an inducement instead. Okay, so then look for the liquidity targets to your left, projection comes, nice, takes it out, and then this will enable your M1 RBOS. How will that look like after that will happen? Only then you can go to the M1 after. So ideally you have like an inducement after the projection, very nice, and then you go to the M1 and you wait for your M1 break of structure in here. Obviously, just very simple again. This is a break of structure from here. This is not. This point here did not make a high. If it would do this, then it would be a break of structure, right? But it has to be obviously the push that makes the high or low. So this is it. Yes, this one is not a break of structure, right? Very basic refreshment on that one, okay? Then, of course, what you do after the RBOS, you take the POY after, right? So you had your RBOS, then let's say this would be your imbalances in here, nice. You put the box through here, but you put it all the way above the high, not like this. This is too aggressive, and it's not a good idea because price can literally just do this and then drop from here, right? And obviously you don't want that to happen, so just avoid this by putting your stop right above that high given. Okay, so how does that look like? Like first of all, the target rather, right? The next liquidity point on the M5 is again the target, exactly how before. You shouldn't aim for the fences. It's not a swing trade scenario. Same exact thing. Target the next liquidity point, and again put break evens once some next structure breaks are occurred. Like if that happens, boom, it taps you in here. Nice, here's your break even point. If you don't like that one, this is your break even point. Next target should be next M5 areas. Okay, Rs on those again can reach from 3s to 5s. Again, don't shoot for the moon. It's all normal intraday positions, right? Nothing too crazy, and it's all about consistency. Okay, don't go crazy with them. 1 to 3s, 1 to 5s is all you need. They're having one more layer of confluence, which is the M1 RBOS into a mitigation POI, right? That of course makes it definitely more common and also more effective than the first approach. Now into the IVG approach, and this is funnily enough the most common and also most effective of the three recommendations. It's actually very, very simple. That is also a positive to it. And all it needs is basically, again, once again, nothing changes here. The projection ideally is an M5 inducement. Again, if this is your liquidity, ideally you have the projection, boom, takes our liquidity points to the left as well, and then you trade away from that inducement. Or it can, of course, as covered in the other two entry approaches, be tapping into an POI that is an inducement, okay? That is an inducement. But again, same thing again, this one is actually better if this one happens, okay? So how to trade the IVG in case you don't know what that is yet. So once you have the inducement or tapped in a POI that is an inducement, okay, then you go to the M1 and you will look for imbalances in an uptrend for sells and a downtrend for buys. And what you look for is you look for these imbalances left by price going into the inducement. In this case, boom, if it goes up into the inducement, you should look for these imbalances left going into the inducement, okay? And once price reverses and closes below that imbalance on the M1, that is literally where your entry could be executing. Once this candle closed in here, stop goes either above here or above the entire point, depending how aggressive you wanna run it, okay? For the buys, the same side, obviously, let's say you have liquidity down here, bum, bum, bum. Price goes down, takes out these liquidity areas, left these imbalances going into this inducements. The moment price closes above this imbalance to basically close it, then you like enter it here, or you can enter it here, obviously, stop goes here or here. That is like the more aggressive approach, but definitely is the most common and can be also the most effective entry approach when it comes to those projections. How would that look like? Very simple. Again, candle needs to close over the imbalance. So I guess this is, for example, you have this imbalance and price or like candle closes like this. This does not close below this imbalance, and again it can happen this one, and then you have to connect the next one, and then if it closes here, bang, this is your entry right here, for example. So it needs to close above or below depending on your direction from these imbalances. Okay, same thing here, this one does not close above, so it's not a buy. You have to wait for this close or this close, right? Or let's say these ones, like you have to next candle. The next candle now closes below this imbalance. So here, once this candle closed, is a fine entry. Same exact thing for here. You always wait for the candle closes, okay? And this can work very, very good and actually does. Okay, so how does it look like? SL either aggressive below or above the previous candle, from that was the closest one, so you enter once this is closed, and then look next candle to the left. You can play this very aggressive, again depending if it's like a very big area already, or you can play it more safe, which is obviously recommended to just put the SL above the structure, obviously below, depending on the direction. But keep in mind then the SL can be pretty big in some cases. So again, it is definitely super common and also very effective, and you just have to get used to it if you never used those before. But they're actually very recommended. They are super good entry approaches because they are very quick ins, very quick outs, right? But again, this is how they can or should look like in a nutshell. Again, you either have already erected from a POI that is an inducement, or projection gives you an inducement, very nice, and then you enter them after the close below or above, depending on the setup. In this case, it would obviously require this one. And then you target the next M5 liquidity point as well. Break even for those setups have to be fairly quick, because when those setups play out, they usually run. So when they're good, they just literally off. So either they are actually good and they run into UTP, or they actually mess around, and that usually means they also are not good and they will make another push or something like this, right? So we will cover a lot of chart examples, but just keep in mind that there are on those, again, can literally be 1-2s, 1-3s, a maximum 1-4s, okay? But this is actually very important. They are very, very ideal for short-term trades, quick in, quick out done. If you want to get a funded very quick and very consistent, these entry approach is actually very, very recommended, because again, you're just stacking up 1-3s very consistently, very quick. It's M1. You're not in long in those positions. Literally 10, 15 minutes sometimes is enough for those positions to literally give you 1-3, 1-4. Boom, boom, boom. If you do this consistently with the right confirming of the projections, this can be very, very, very effective. So don't underestimate this approach. We will cover, of course, like a lot of examples for you to get used to it in case you don't know this approach yet. The best way to improve yourself with the Lit Oracle. Basically, after 4 years of running a successful community, we usually instantly know, or within a few weeks know, who might become successful and who will become successful, and also who will probably not become successful with trading, and who just maybe needs a little bit longer and more time, which is completely fine as well. But there are definitely a few very, very important aspects to make sure you are in the section or the roster of those who will become successful. And of course, that is our goal and what we want to achieve with the Lit Oracle. So, first of all, everyone has the core potential to make it in trading. Forget all of the bullshit where some people try to tell you that you're not good enough or whatever nonsense they're trying to tell you. You have the potential in you. Everyone can make it in here, okay? Doesn't matter what country you're from, what religion you have, what eye color. It does matter how tall you are, how quick you can click a mouse, how good you are at League of Legends. It does not matter. Everyone can make it in here and can become successful. What matters is how disciplined and committed you are and your consistency level. If you only try for like 3-4 days and be like, oh, I took 5 trades and it didn't work out, then of course you will never make it. But if you understand it will take some time, it will need some discipline, it will need some effort and work that is required to make it. And then you show up every day, consistency, boom, boom, boom. Then there's a very, very high chance, and actually, that is also what we discovered over the last 4 years. If someone has this commitment and discipline and literally shows up every single day, we've not witnessed just one case of this person not actually achieving their goals. So be that guy and just stick to it even when it's hard. Okay, so there is a direct connection of commitment, discipline to success. As long as you actually understand this and truthfully follow this path, you can definitely make it in this industry. That also means to keep going when things are getting hard or you might face issues. And guess what? Shocking surprise. You will have bad trading days and also bad trading days in a row where you make stuff up, but you don't follow your plan, but maybe you just don't feel like it. You put your emotions to it. Your girlfriend shouted at you yesterday. That's why you have a bad day. You had overall a bad day and you just don't focus and you're not behaving the way you usually do and you fuck up and do some errors you usually wouldn't do. That's completely normal. You just have to keep going. And slowly but surely, you will build a routine, some proper healthy habits, and it will go in your favor. But it will take some time. That is for sure. What matters at the end, though, is the result after each week. Did you improve? Did you actually become a better person than you have been yesterday? Did you learn something new? Did you figure out what you did wrong? Did you discover what has been your weakness in that day or that week? What do you need to learn? Where do you have to improve? What issues do you have which you can easily fix? What you should do less, what you should do more, and then do it the next day in a better way. Boom, boom, boom. Slow improvements in a row. Always memorize this example. If you can't walk yet, then at least crawl, right? It's the most important thing is to just move forward. Every day, just be a little bit better than the person from yesterday. Also learning from mistakes, of course, and improve your mindset and psychology. That's why we also have mindset and psychology lectures in here, because this basically drives everything. Not only your success, your whole life, everything you have comes from your mindset, your psychology, the way you react to things, and your overall habits. So keep pushing, build healthy habits, a healthy mindset, and nothing can stand in your way. So, here is what is required from you to make most out of this. First of all, we covered it many times now. Be consistent, be committed, and keep pushing even when things become challenging or hard. And they will. Guaranteed. It will not be a smooth walk. It will not be you will take 5 trades a day and all 5 of them will be winners. You will have losses. You will have break evens. You will have the most annoying losses you will ever see. But you just get tackled out, and then obviously price goes in your favor and hit UTP just without you. This will be unpreventable. It will happen. Of course, you will have the understanding, and you should have the understanding why these things happened based on the knowledge you received, but still it will happen, or like spread takes you out, or whatever might happen to you, which will definitely make you want to throw the PC out of the window. You will have these moments guaranteed. The most important thing is just keep going and things will work out. But of course, you have to go through the rains. As you see, even the Spartans, they don't complain when it rains, they just fight and are willing to die at the battlefield. As long as you have that mindset, literally nothing can stand in your way. The most important thing is though, don't try to be perfect, but rather be consistent. It's fine to make mistakes, it's fine to take losses, but be consistent. As long as you keep doing the right things, overall, compounding it will work out in your favor. If you try to revenge trade, full sending trades, for like try to break your rules of like your trading plan just to get more out of your gain, risking too much, be greedy, increase your targets, increase your SL, whatever it is, don't do this shit. Be consistent, always doing the same things every day and show up every day. And also, don't let bad days affect you negatively. If you have the worst day possible, you take 5 trades, all of them get fucked for whatever reason. This can be very demotivating for majority of people, and most people also quit easily when this happens. The key is to just keep going, see what you went wrong, analyze your mistakes, and then let's go again. And the next day can be the best trade or like the best day you ever had in your life. And as long as you do this, improving every day, don't give up ever. Never ever give up. Keep pushing. It's within reachable distance, okay? So be hungry for success, but also try to enjoy. Again, at the end of the day, what we created and what you have, the opportunity is absolutely amazing. It's a beautiful journey. The knowledge is absolutely crazy to put it into the market, to see it unfold, the accuracy, how good it works, to literally see how Enigma delivers price action and you understanding it. It's a beautiful journey. It's literally a blessing in disguise. As long as you understand your privilege and that what it results, or like the results you can get out of this, the goals, obviously what matters and what you can achieve. The Oracle goals, or the goals for you with the Oracle, of course, the main goal should be to improve your own live trading, or very obviously, isn't it? Right? That means your experience, your backtesting with it, your overall understanding, or like the skills of understanding the market, and overall increase your learning curve in an exponential way, which with the tool of the Oracle. Again, you have an insane advantage to everyone else in the industry. No one has such a tool that literally prints out multiple daily high quality trading opportunities literally in autopilot. The, for people to get these much quality setups per day, it takes years and years and years and years. You literally get it boom, boom, boom on autopilot. As long as you now utilize the information and knowledge you gained in the education and then combine it with the lit oracle, oh my god, are you in a lucky position. And then naturally some side goals will be achieved by, for example, you will be able to remove FOMO. As again, there's no FOMO. Like if you literally have so many opportunities right in front of your face, it doesn't matter if you miss one or two or say no to one or two a day, because there's so many opportunities that you literally can just pick the best ones out and say no to literally 80% of the ones you just simply don't like. So there's no more FOMO. You will be seeing how easy it is to pick super good quality trading opportunities. And of course, to strengthen your confidence, as you will see it work on a daily basis. Not only your knowledge, how you literally can understand the market delivery, but also how accurate some of these projections will be, and you will literally be mind blown of like, oh my god, how the shit can this thing predict this out so accurately? So that of course strengthens your confidence when you see on a daily basis working projections, which is very good for your psychology as well. Of course, there's no doubt about it. There's definitely some pretty shitty projections, but always keep in mind they're based on logic. For example, if you see a massive quadruple top and Oracle projects to take this liquidity out, but then it simply fails and doesn't happen, this doesn't make it a bad projection, right? It just means it would be logical and good if this scenario happens. It gives you this possibility, but now guess what? It's a possibility. It doesn't mean it has to work, it has to happen. Of course not. But at least you get the idea, you see what it tries to do, and it should happen, and in majority of the time it does. Sometimes it of course it doesn't. Then the most important thing, of course, with the Oracle, the reducing the effort for the hours per day of searching these setups. Again, keep in mind, to find quality setups, you need years of learning and understanding some content. It doesn't matter what content you do. You need years to understand any strategy. And only then you will be consistent with finding setups following your rules and strategy. Now, boom, with the flip of a finger, you have unlimited opportunities and also highly reducing the quote unquote making stuff up issue of like, you think maybe this is this and this, but it's not really that. Oracle does all of this work and just literally presents you opportunities where already our tens of years of understanding of the market goes into it and literally presents you high quality setups. Then you just have to double check with your knowledge. I like this, I don't like this, and then let's go. Then also, we talked about this many times, to learn how to manage multiple pairs at once. There's this false narrative around in this industry where be like, oh, you only should like look at one pair. This is literally the biggest bullshit ever. Because if you look at only one pair, you're limiting your options so insanely to this price action given in this day in this pair. And what if it's shit? What if it's not clean? What if it's literally just not nice? Guess what? There's literally 5 or 10 other pairs which maybe have the most beautiful price action you ever seen in your life, but it's just a weird pair. Who gives a shit if it's USD CAD, like Canadian dollar? Who gives a shit if there's a perfect scenario which you see from a mile away and the Oracle projects it out for you with a major like score? Why not look at it just because the spread is a little bit shittier? It doesn't matter. The setup is there. So try to use multiple pairs which the Oracle provides you to find out the most quality setups. There can be days where there's no nice setup in EU, but again, in Euro, maybe whatever, the pound, there is a beautiful setup. Okay, then take this. Again, as long as it does make sense for your broker. If the spread is absolutely ridiculous, obviously it's a different situation. Then also you will be able to learn how to trade multiple different setups. Of course, not every setup is the same. Some are continuations, some are reversals, some are inside the range, some are inducement trades, and so on and so forth. So you will have a very good variety of setups, and again, helps you find your personal style because not everyone has the same preferences or the same style. What I like, maybe you don't like. What your neighbor likes, maybe your sister also likes, but your brother doesn't. It doesn't matter, right? Everyone has a different trading style, and the Oracle covers basically all styles. Same comes with the entry approaches. Doesn't matter what you prefer. If you prefer extreme limit orders, if you prefer waiting for additional confluences, it doesn't really matter what you prefer. There will be high quality projections for your case as well, and it will just take some time to find your perfect preferences and stick with those. Then, very big topic is to improve your target selection. Again, the projection lines is a very, very, very good orientation assistance for your targets as well. Of course, sometimes they completely just turn into like huge runs, but most of the time, where the projection projects out the price should go in this area is already a good place to think about potential targets, obviously depending on the charts, context, and your knowledge, and obviously what the overall idea of the setup is. Okay, then your skills overall will improve massively, as again, you literally have the best tool in the industry that backs you up on a daily basis. That is pure gold, like literally Da Vinci level of like art piece on a daily basis for you to utilize. It's literally crazy. Literally, you would have wished we have had such a tool years ago, and you have it now. So congratulations, make most out of this opportunity. It will be an absolute joyful ride. And then you already know, only the sky will be the limit. Absolute monas every day around the corner. So many opportunities. Make most out of it and enjoy this beautiful journey. Okay, but let's cover some real examples by combining entry approaches for the alerts and projections. So to start off with a very first example, a real example, we got this AUD USD major alert by the Lit Oracle. And after some basic analysis of where we see, okay, we have this huge downtrend. First actually got induced high to go lower with a channel down there, but then pretty important inducement to the downside there, and then followed by some uptrend equals in here some little super channel, actually very nice inducement high out of Asia, inducing these liquidity areas, also inducing this little medium point if you want to say so, and then we had this huge POI in there, right? But that is the whole point. It's huge. There's no doubt about that. That is way too big to ever run an order from here, stop above here. That would literally only be a 1-to-1 to like the Asia mid. That is never something you should do, of course, ever, even though this overall cycle play is super nice for signature situation. So, what are you going to do? Combining the entry approaches, you simply confirm the setup. Very nice. Potential is definitely there. So we go to the M1 to see what is going on there. And as we can see, okay, not much going on. So basically, we wait for what? Some possible relative or relevant brick of structure. Very nice. Into this extreme POI, which already is into this main POI there, and obviously the cycle was completed as again we have channel inducement, Asia inducement, equal to inducement, medium inducement, and into this POI in here as well, right? So that's definitely a good point to consider entering after another confluences M1 RBUS into this POI with also some imbalances left, and there could be your first approach. Or while combining it, what is going on already? Okay, that is an imbalance gap IVG. Very nice. So that's a possibility as well. And shocking surprise, that also would give us an entry with this close of this candle in here. SL could go above here or above here, depending on your preferences. Or of course, if you took the RBUS approach, the entry would be here. Stop also goes above here. So this is two positions you could have taken based on that play. And let's take off our glasses to see that beauty. Shocking surprise. And again, target next liquidity point, either this one or this one for very quick in and perfect quick out. Again, give you some shaky hands by coming back, but obviously not enough to take us out break even. Very nice plays in here. Again, this would technically only be fulfilling the context anyways. It is the M5 RBUS, and then just comes and would technically fulfill these imbalance fills in here. So it's all making sense as long as you understand the whole context as well. But let's go into example 2. We have this very interesting alert where we have this crazy channel inducement high with momentum and speed out of there, and then we get a minor alert for the sell side, right? As we hold channeling the whole day for the whole day basically, that could be potentially a setup we want to take for a pullback situation, right? Again, but what do we need? Definitely some more confluences. And again, if you break this M5 play into the M1 and looking at this inducement for the channel, again, the channel is like this. Inducement clearly to the high side with momentum and speed. And we look at the M1 and look at this beauty though. Look at this massive liquidity in there, imbalance in here, right? This is the inducement POI we had earlier. So this could be potentially be a super lovely play within this M5 inducement after confirming the overall setup idea. Or we wait for new confluences again in here, just gave us this value gap, right? And then it closed with this candle. Again, this candle did not close below it. It just closed right at it. So be careful with those. Closes below, stop goes above here, right? R is actually staying pretty similar, but definitely a different approach. And then the shocking outcome, right? Lovely stuff. Or again, this is where you should be careful. This is not the M5 RBUS, as this point does not make a high. Again, of course not, because that's what we expected. The M5 RBUS would be all the way down there, right? So obviously then when it happened there, it just would be something like that, but that's not something you should consider anyways, right? But let's say there is a possibility like this already where you see, okay, there is no clean, like this is not an M5 RBUS. The next M5 RBUS would be down there. So then again, the only thing left is anyways the M1 plays you would have had again. And then if you look at the M1 RBUS, again, you have to look at the push that make the inducement of this equals. Can be at this point or this point. And again, in both cases, it is basically here and here. And then the POY technically would be something like this down the lines, but then here. and then this would just miss it by a little bit, but also wouldn't be the nicest entry, right? But just so you see how you could have done that one. Example 3, we had this Euro GBP alert, also very, very nice play in here, and this one has massive potential. As again, we look at the chart first, we see this beautiful, beautiful build-up liquidity down there. Then, of course, they're just channeling up, inducing the world high, even giving breakout traders what they want, given a little mini build-up in here, if you want to say so. Momentum inducement, and even messing around big time, trying to stop out every possible sellers before the reversal. And we get our minor alert in here, which is even way nicer, as again, we already had the inducement in place. Liquidity is massively induced to the high side. And then look what we get in here. All these wicks down here with like right at this POI. Again, the extreme POI would of course be in here, but now we're playing in this internal POI in here, away from this inducement, right? And of course, we can look at the M1 to see this massive liquidity in here. POI just above, right? Obviously, we have to cover the high, right? But let's see how that looks. Of course, like this is the M5 one, this is the M1 one, right? And guess what? We wait for what? This is the potential POI approach. As again, we have liquidity in there, we have imbalances, we have the inducement POI, and this is just obviously the pullback that like comes back to this point to like fill these imbalances, right? Again, yes, there are some imbalances left here. That is sometimes fine, again, as we have this massive liquidity in here, and that could definitely be a nice intraday play. So keep that in mind as well. Plus, again, of course, the projection is in here as well. And again, if you look at the overall picture, could definitely be a nice play in here, right? So, but this is one approach, the POI approach in here. Do we maybe have another one, or should we just reveal how it played out already? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, easy run there, and obviously takes out these liquidities. Sounds like literally nothing. Absolutely perfect, but of course, there's more entry approaches in there. Again, if you stay at the same place, M1 in here, again, what can we wait for? Boom, you already can see it. Massive value gap in here. So again, after it took out these equals, tapped in this POI, very, very nice. Okay, then what do we do, or what do we wait for? We wait for close, just perfectly closed below it. Again, if you don't like that candle, you have to wait for the next one. It's also fine. But then the entry would be all the way down here. And again, if you close it directly here, entry at this close of the candle. If you don't think that is too close, also fine. You have to put this one. Stop still goes above here. And then in this case, that probably would end up a break even, though again, as this would be the break even point, and then just comes back, takes you at break even, nasty. But guess what is this one? This, of course, is the RBOS into the imbalance, into the, again, this is the liquidity buildup, inducement high, into POI of the inducement. Actually, very, very nice for RBOS play. So again, if you didn't take this IVG entry here, then again, this would be the RBOS entry, which coincidentally, I say like that because isn't it funny how it is literally like that? The break even from this IVG trade would be the entry of the RBOS trade. Isn't that quite funny? And then obviously, choop. Very, very nice play. And again, it only can leave us with a reaction like that. Technically, three separate, the same exact setup, three different entry approaches. The choice is literally yours, which one is your personal preference. Again, we actually recommend the IVG one, as this is just the most common happening one, gives you the most opportunities, is also the easiest to spot. Still very accurate, gives you some quick ins and quick outs. Again, for example, even, let's say you took this in here, even to take it down there, this is a 2.5-ish trade, very, very quick within minutes. Again, if this is what you try to aim for like funded accounts, this is actually something you also can do. You don't have to aim for the next AM5 liquidity zone and wait an hour until this get hit. No, you can also play very quick plays with these IVG plays, because these are also very, very effective if this is something you want to do. Risking a percent, taking 2% out, 2.5%, 3%, whatever the R is, obviously. Again, you should, for the IVGs, is 1 to 2s, 1 to 3s, max 1 to 4s. That is also completely fine if you want to do that. It's again about your personal preference and what sticks your trading style best. If you want stressless trades, quick in, quick out, the IVGs are actually very, very good. If you want more confirmed ones, wait for the RBOS into mitigation, more confirmed plays are definitely better. Targets also a little bit wider. And whatever you want to do, it's like literally your choice. There's so many opportunities. But of course, we'll cover some more examples to give you some more varieties of the whole theme. Another quick and easy example of combining entry approaches, this time Euro USD minor one. Okay, so this one will be a different one as we didn't have this one yet, right? Again, we have technically the inducement in place, but now the Oracle says sell into that POI, right? This is also something you could consider, right? Of course, it will not always straight go like this up there. It, of course, will give you some pullbacks as well, aka SMTs, where obviously the world sells and aims at the low to make a low, or the flow style. Of course, you should not do that, especially when you have like a nice projection like that, and of course, a super nice cycle completion, of course, like crazy equal heights of Asia still, building these equals, momentum to the downside again, and then gives you these fake equals to show again, market can't go higher. Another push low, boom, the world is selling. When does it happen? LO to the absolute minute, and then of course, boom, smacks through it. So technically that is even your RBOS right here. And this is of course just an SMT, but we can take the SMT reaction as well if we get, for example, also an alert, imbalance fill. Okay, it's good for a reaction possibility. Again, now you can just simply stay away from that as well. I just give you some examples what is possible here. And then of course, shopping outcome for that one, boom, shocking surprise, right? And again, now it lines up for potential buys as well, right? And shocking surprise in here. Another lit Oracle alert occurs and gives even that buy opportunity. And again, this one is technically way nicer, as again, you have the internal liquidity, you have the imbalances left, you have the inducement POI, and also the alert right on the edge. So this is possible for an M5 entry for sure, as it lines up that nice. And then you would have had the short into buy, perfection, target obviously next liquidity areas. Either here, you can also target these if you're not so sure about it, but liquidity targets are definitely those ones, right? The choice is yours as always, but this is also very nice play, and of course, shocking outcome in there. Or we take the same exact two setups and just use a different entry approach. So we had the M5 mitigations in here from the POIs, right? Or we just simply go to the M1, again the same exact two setups, one for the short, one for the buy, with the alerts and the projections. We check the M1 in here, and obviously in here and in here, and we wait for both for what, for example? Aha! Monoculus out, what do we have? The value gap in here, the value gap in here, both after touching those POIs, right? Okay, very important. Okay, and of course, what do we wait for? Closes, in this case below, in this case above those value gaps for potential buy, for potential sell. In here, as you can see, the RR is not the greatest, but it's definitely super nice plays you can take. And again, your renewed outcome, shocking in both cases. So it's technically the same thing, but different, but still the same. Again, it's the same exact setup, two different opportunities for like either entry approaches. The way you want to play it is fully your choice, right? Or again, we can cover another example. In this case, we get a GBP USD entry. Again, the play is literally perfect. Look at that huge uptrend that fakes it, right? Gives us this funny equal lows down there. Channel uptrend, fakes the breaker structure for Koch, if you want to say so. Equals of Asia, boom, super nice inducement. That of course is the major perfect intraday sell in these areas. But then guess what? Fakes crazily the equal lows, then induces them to give again a fake Koch for fake buyers that try to buy from Asia low equal lows, right? But of course, we get the sell alert from the Oracle, and it predicts to take out obviously the Asia low liquidity. So can we take this setup very similar to the one we had before, right? Of course, this is a good POI. Imbalances left. Look at this internal liquidity, absolutely perfect, right? So this is potentially fine, as we have also a super nice liquidity target either down there or just targeting the low, depending on what you prefer and how much stress level you can occur, right? Because again, it not always instantly wipes out those low. It can mess around again, and then do this. You don't know, right? That's why, again, pick your targets wisely. Don't play too aggressive. Just quick in, quick out is actually the best choices you always have, right? This would be your potential M5 play. Again, keep in mind, that is always the M5. So that, of course, is also the M5. Or you can go to the M1. You even see that so much nicer whenever they induce these POI, these equal highs, and look at that even. Like, come on, M1 equal highs getting induced, tapping in this supply area. Like, come on, what else do you want? Like, this is absolutely perfect even. So you can do what? And now you have to actually bring out your monoculus a little bit much, because that will be tricky to spot. But in here was an IVG, or the value gap in here, after it took out those equal highs. Again, you can do the same here. This is obviously huge imbalance zone. So again, this is not recommended too much to like enter down there when it closes down there. Again, the stop is massive, so that's not recommended. So rather look for like smaller ones in here. Definitely a better choice. And then wait for what, of course. Boom, closes below the value gap. Stop goes above here. Definitely way more tight entry than the M5 one. And the result is just absolutely tasty. Right, super beautiful play. Again, if you run it through this super stressless target, again, this is your break even, or like if you want to break it more safe, even this is your break even point in here, or this one, and then either first target already here or second target down there. Funny enough, even that's exactly what happened. Right, they don't snack it out instantly. Guess what? They give you some pain if you target Asia low again, and guess what? For like 1 pip difference, you literally would sit 2 hours in that shitty position, right? For just almost can get a break even out of it, just for them to take them out. So sometimes again they can mess around. So pick your targets a little bit more passive to avoid these kinds of stressful, painful moments where you're literally just trying to like jump out of the window. That's not necessary. You want to stay young. You want to keep the gray hair away. So again, target a little bit more like passive as well sometimes. Okay, so next example is another beautiful play, and this one should also be a super obvious one for you, right? Again, Asia, what do we do? Only showing up, 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 up. Then they're faking some equal highs and they're building some channels, of course, inducing the channels. But while they're doing it, they also have some equals. That equals then lead to a fake reaction, right? Boom, to take out those equals, and that is the inducement for the day. And New York, obviously, perfect stuff. So you definitely can confirm the setup and aim for the next liquidity areas for sure with this New York trade. So again, two options, M5 for M1. Again, you will see, and the M5 that's not going out too much. As again, for example, OBUS says again the next one will be all the way down there. Like that's not really it. So go to the M1 and see what is going on in there. So now you can already see, for example, well, let's actually do it chronologically, right? So let's just see what you can spot. Well, let's reveal the first one is, for example, the first M1 RBOS later. Okay, so boom, you just wait patiently. RBOS, very nice. And this could be your extreme POY. Obviously, you can run this huge one as well, which is not as nice, of course, right? So then price comes actually all the way to the extreme one, filling just this imbalance as well of this POY, right? And then just absolutely tubes out of there, didn't even look back, and just smacked out perfectly the liquidity point. Only gives you this little bit of an annoying SMT reaction, but wouldn't even bother you, and then just instantly smacks those lows. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But again, wait, there's so much more details, and maybe you spotted it in the first go already. There was an extreme value gap here as well, which didn't close here. Again, it actually respected it and only closed all the way down in here. So, and then obviously it can be possible for a short in here. Gives you some shaky hands though, as it comes back all the way to the extreme, as we obviously saw before. But that can sometimes be even nicer because again, monoculus out. What is going on here? Another IVG. So you can take that when it closed it and boom, enjoy the ride. And guess what? It's the same, but different, right? It's literally so many opportunities you can take out of one setup if you understand it properly. And again, most importantly, understand the context properly and then run it from there and just enjoy the ride. Another example for combining the entry approaches. Projection, as you all know, is always M5, and in this case we had this buy projection in USD CAD, the Canadians, right? So we covered a lot of different pairs on purpose, of course. So you see it's every time the same. It doesn't matter of the pair, and you should get used to multiple pair analysis and picking out the nicest ones in here. So in this case, again, we took out the inducement of the inducement already, right? This actually was very nice buy in here, but then it just decided to take it out again. And you already can see this internal plays actually very nice on the M1. Obviously, it's much more visible, but this definitely could be a beautiful setup in here for, of course, if we get an entry approach. So this would be our inducement POY on the M1, right? But guess what? They missed the POY. Oh my god. So what can you do? You don't be upset, you don't scream out loud, you just wait for other things. Huge IVG in this case, but you could take it if this is something you would consider. Again, quick in, quick out. Why not give this one a try if you would prefer these entries? And shocking surprise, boom, actually instantly goes into TP. Would be definitely possible as well. So you see the variations are pretty big. Again, the IVGs give you usually the easiest, and again, sometimes it looks pretty funny as it gives you like very high big SLs, but again, when they run out or turn out, boom, they just run and usually smack pretty easily the target very fast. So again, consider those, backtest those. It's actually a very good alternative as well. Another example to properly solidify the understanding how to approach the Lit Oracle alerts and projections. And let's dive right into it. So we have another beautiful alert, this time even major in GBP USD, right? And as always, oh my god, what should we do? Should we confirm the idea or ignore the setup? The only way we can do it is, of course, by approaching the charts with the right context and put some analysis to it. So let's do that. Of course, that's how you always should do it. So you look at the alert overall and then put your own chart, open up GBP/USD, and also check the context to the left. But first of all, we see that we had a good equal high inducement that led to this overall reaction, have some break of structures here, also took some internal liquidity in there, but also now this trend line here got induced to the low side already. So we had an inducement high, now we have an inducement low, but now also we have Asia low inducement and we have some liquidity internally here as well. And after Asia got induced with, guess what, momentum and speed, very important, right? We also filled an imbalance zone to the left in here, right? But of course, this imbalance zone alone, that doesn't mean too much, right? It just completes the overall picture after the cycle completion to the downside. Of course, you also can, for example, see this trend getting induced to the low side as well, right? So the world is definitely selling, that is for sure. And the Oracle says buy major alert as well. So that should make us the decision a little bit easier of what to do. And let's see. Of course, we can confirm the idea as we have enough confluences to make something out of that. Of course, we shouldn't just randomly enter this now because we see a random POI that just coincidentally completes this overall cycle. This is just a nice to have, but of course, this is never something you should just randomly place an entry upon. So, of course, we have to wait for additional confluences, even we confirmed the overall setup idea. So how do we do that? Of course, we go into the M1 chart. We can also draw the projection in the M1 chart, like on your chart, if that helps, of course. I mean, you should actually do that. It makes it just overall nicer to understand and also visually for you to have like in your own chart, and then always make the projection already the way you want it to see. So you don't want this POI to get taken, for example, and you aim for those equals, for example. So even that the Oracle alert goes like this and then like this, again, you could like put your projection in your own chart higher to aim for obviously the equals as well. So just because the Oracle gives you this guideline here, you can put obviously the guideline in your own charts the way you think it logically makes the most sense, and just use this as reference and as an overall compass and guide, right? But after we put that in and also open our M1 chart, that's where the fun can begin, because we already confirmed the overall setup idea. Now the last part is just to look for some entries. And again, if you put out the binoculars, you should already see a potential entry approach already happening. So let's see, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom. Of course, we see an IVG that's already closed and ready to enter. Boom, that would be the potential aggressive entry. Again, you can put your stop below the POI, for example. You can put your stop below in here, or you can even play it more aggressive and place it in there, but that is definitely not recommended. But I see a lot of people trading IVGs, they like to play them very aggressive as well. I would personally not recommend you that, but again, if you get more experience, up to you at the end of the day. I'm just giving you the recommendations, right? So then, of course, we can wait for other things as well to happen. For example, like an M1 RBOS right in here, either this one or this one marked in here. That's also fine. That's just a more aggressive one. And again, the POI for this one would be, this would be your M1 POI like this, right? Makes perfect sense. After either this RBOS or this, in this case, it's literally the same. Wouldn't be a difference, right? And you can mark the M1 POI, or you wait for your M5 POI, like make it a little bit bigger, as you can see in this picture. The M5 definitely also would be a good POI, as you also have this imbalances on the M5 in here. So you don't always have to play the very extreme M1 POI. Sometimes it's also fair enough to just have the overall M5 POI and expect that to be mitigated off the OBS. Just keep in mind there is no M5 OBS possible. It would be all the way up here, but this already would be the inducement already. So again, there's no M5 OBS, so you have to play it from the M1 OBS anyways, right? Okay, so knowing that, and guess what? Price comes back and also would mitigate that M5 POI. So the IVG one potentially could be a break even, but ideally after these points get taken out, you put a break even, so that would still run. Gives you some shaky hands maybe, but always keep in mind, again, the break even for the IVG can, in some cases, of course, be the perfect RBOS re-entry as well. So you shouldn't be too shocked when that happens, right? So don't like not having those faces when that happens, right? And then, of course, that could be your potential setup. Again, same thing, either putting the SL below the POI or below this point in here and nothing else. These two options you have for this entry right here. And maybe then you wait even for more confluences if your SLs would be too big and you don't like these, right? Because you can already see a potential other re-entry. That will be a little bit more tricky to track, but let's see if you can spot them. And it would be bang, right here. There was some imbalances left going on the way down, inducing the internal structure to the downside, right? So that makes it actually very nice. Inducement into the M5 POI, left the imbalances. Once the imbalances closed from the IVG, you can, of course, re-enter it like this. Boom. And that thing just instantly took off right after. As you see, sometimes these IVG entries, they just never even look back. They just are out of them, right? And then to look at the bigger picture, boom, 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 that thing absolutely just took off and played out absolutely perfect. All coming from this basic projection and analysis, and of course, the Oracle alert. So now we're gonna do something fun, and we will look at an entire day of Euro USD and literally every projection of the day we had in it. Okay, so we will start with the first projection of the day in pre-Frankfurt even, right? So as always, the tough decision, should we confirm the setup or ignore the setup? We will do some basic analysis to find out. So you open your own chart and analyze, put your technical basic analysis to it. For example, you could put this major or build up sideways in here. You can play a little more aggressive and maybe put this build up in here, or even like this one, depending on how you like these build ups. But the big one here and this one and potentially these ones, it's all optional the way you like to draw your build ups, of course. But the most important thing, what we can see, obviously these huge equals in here get induced with momentum and speed. And also, I mean, Asia high technically was right here, but so that makes sense to call this one more of an Asia high, right? And then just got completely smoked and momentum run. And then if we also look to the left in this alert, we also can see that we definitely reached like a supply area. And again, this could also be a good inducement in here. And then it's just a little bit, yeah, too many points in here, so I wouldn't try to pull a POI out of this one at all, right? So we're just understanding, okay, we have some potential supply areas where we potentially could tap into, but I would do the rest on them one. But the overall idea is definitely fine. And yeah, of course, you can also like just line out that there is a potential supply area for your orientation purposes, so you don't tap in completely in the dark. So you put some basic analysis, right? Like for example, this channel, and say this channel, or you can even put this channel, doesn't matter, just to have an overall idea and have enough, maybe also with the supply area, that you could say, all right, I'm gonna confirm this setup and will put the projection line on your own chart. Okay, and once you did that, you also can put some other confluences. Okay, you're approaching like London Open timing window, which is another confluence, very nice. So overall, you could have enough for this potential trading idea. So, but obviously entry wise, you should never randomly just open a trade in here. Huge SL in the first place. So again, we do what? Open the M1, and we already see that this definitely looks a little bit messy. With definitely a little bit too many IVGs already happening. For example, this one in here, and then this one, which did not really close below, and then we have a new one here. And depending, of course, where this alert would came, maybe you already it was in this area, and maybe you got tricked into taking this, even though it didn't close below. So you should be a little bit careful with those as well. And I think the alert definitely came after this point, just looking at the M5. But let's say, just for argument's sake, the alert would come, let's say, in here, and that would happen. Yes, that would potentially be a possible entry here, and that would just be a hit. That, of course, can happen as well. But in this case, it's still fine, and we have another IVG as well if you would prefer those. And if you wait for, let's say you say it looks messy, let's wait for the RBOS approach. Of course, your RBOS would be here or here, depending on how you like to draw them. So let's wait for that ones. Bang, and of course it happens. Also left some imbalances here, so that's a good POI after the RBOS. So your limit order could literally sit here with an SL above here. Boom. Okay, already got tapped in, and then it literally just completely took a dive from there. Very nice setup, but of course, depending on how you approach it in here, could have been a little bit tricky for the IVG approach, depending on when exactly the alert came and you came to the charts as well on the M1, right? So keep that in mind. But overall, perfect projection, perfect M1 RBOS entry with a very, very, very lovely RR on display as well. And this was literally just the first alert and projection for EU. So guess what? We wait for the second alert. And you already know, what should we do when we receive this alert? The big question. Of course, we have to figure out if you want to confirm the setup idea or ignore the setup idea. If you don't like it, ignore it. If we consider it, then of course we can confirm it. So how to do that? Of course, we have some basic analysis. The first thing you should see, again, and I hope you went through the entire lectures to understand this, is an Asia whipsaw, right? It took out Asia, boom, and wiped through it, which is definitely a good confluence to have. This would have been a beautiful buy. Unfortunately, we did not get this as a projection, because the second projection of the day was this buy in here and this projection. So let's analyze it from this point on. Of course, you should definitely see this channel in here getting induced. You should also see this liquidity in here with this 1, 2, 3, technically 4, depending on how like much room you give equals to play with. Then definitely this head and shoulders pattern for sure with this internal structure point as well as a good liquidity target. And then the only thing missing is some proper inducements to induce low and then go higher away from this inducement in here. So I would actually say this is a good trading idea. Again, it's just a little bit tricky for this with this internal points and not really a clean POI in here, at least not on the M5. But I would say overall for the buy idea, this is a good setup and we can confirm it after putting some basic markups in here, right, on your own chart. Lovely, lovely. Confirm it. Add the ideal projection line on it. Again, just because the Oracle gives this idea doesn't mean it has to reverse here, of course. Maybe it takes out these equals as well, which would be even nicer. And you can obviously draw this projection in this way for orientation purposes as well, right? And then the big wait begins, as you're just waiting, first of all, for your next inducement areas, and then second of all, for potential entry opportunities. So what do? We just sit on our hands and wait until this happens on the M1, right? So we had this M5 lined out. We waited on the M1, maybe even put alerts at this or this area to get notified when these points get taken. And this point gets taken, nice. And then right after, boom, this point gets taken as well. So let's say you would have played it super aggressive at this point already, and you wanted to buy, you would have had this IVG left in here. It's a little bit hard to see because the projection line is literally on it. But again, what do you need? Minimum closing above this value gap, which never happened, so that would not be an entry. And of course, there's no RBOS as well on the M1, so this would be no problem. You wouldn't have been tricked in here. And then 10 times nicer. That was like a mouthful. 1, 2, 3 lows in here, 4 lows, and then bang, the inducement of those internal equals, which was this on the M5. Absolutely beautiful. And then again, when you see this play, use your eagle eyes, you already can see a few potential things happening. Or simply you just stay away yet and wait for M1 RBOS. Beautiful. Have a beautiful POI in here as well. That definitely makes sense after the inducement happened for beautiful M1 RBOS potential setup. Will price come though? Boom, limit order gets tagged in perfectly. Again, this is even a million times nicer if it gives these little equals here as well. Boom, then takes them out, taps into the POI also, fills this imbalance left by the equals here. Absolutely perfect stuff. That is a high quality setup, right? That is for sure. And then shocking surprise, boom, just completely flew from there as well. Was literally a beauty. If, let's say, you wanted to take the IVG approach, your IVG would be in here, this gap in here, there was like no connections of the wicks, so your entry would have literally been exactly at the same. Or if you say this is not closing properly, then it's a very high entry in here, and ideally this would have given a bigger imbalance as well, and then this would be a potential entry, but that would be a little bit too fine detail. So I would say IVG approaches have been not so great on this one, and the ideal one would have definitely been the M1 RBOS into equals, into POI, into this inducement of the equals, into mitigation, stop below. Absolutely beautiful. After the completion of it, took out these M5 points and also this one. Beautiful stuff. And yeah, the M1 entry was in here. Absolute beautiful, and wiped out these liquidity targets with literally with one go. Beautiful stuff. But that was only the second alert. Again, we had this sell alert. Now we had this buy alert. Beautiful stuff. The third alert and projection of the day from EU was right there, right? So we took this sell, boom. We took this buy in here, boom. And now, again, after, and this is also why it's very important to pick good targets with liquidity targets, right? These ones in here, and not try to aim instantly for the highs, because again, you could literally give up all your position again. You should not do that. So we got the inducement of this lows again after we reached our target from this buy in here. So they decided to take this points out yet again, and that's when the Oracle also give us the the buy alert for the third alert of the day in the same pair, right? So, but again, you always know what to do. Confirming the setup or ignoring the setup. So technically, we still have liquidity above. We're reacting from this SMT in here after taking liquidity, so it's good for reaction for sure. Now we grabbed liquidity to the downside, and we potentially still have this play left to complete the Asia whipsaw to taking out this high as well. So overall, the setup idea could be confirmed, and you could draw in the ideal projection line. So what is the ideal projection line? The ideal projection line is not taking out like another low in here or even this low, as we have a liquidity inducement already, right? And look at this, just absolutely free fall in here. So people sell, 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 sell. Buyers get taken, 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 and the last buyers getting taken by this point or break evens or whatever, and sellers get induced literally already there, especially coming from this huge downfall from here. So we not necessarily need to even take out this wick at all, right? So the ideal projection can literally be within there in the M1 and then off to the races, and we can just target it passively into this one, or of course play it aggressively and target literally the day's high. Both is possible, right? You can do both depending on what you want for this setup. Or you just simply partial here and hold the rest until here. That's also completely fine. But of course, first of all, we need an entry approach after confirming this setup idea as well. How to do it? We go on the M1, of course, as always, and after these inducements, which is this, again, for our perfect buy, if you remember, was literally in here earlier. That was this buy in here. So now we're taking out this point again, still have liquidity above, which would enable these buys, of course. So now we have to look for entry approaches, and we already could see one, right? So, but let's mark up two things. First, the RBUS where potentially would be, so very high. So in order for it to enable the RBUS entry, it has to go all the way like this, and then potentially coming down like this, right? Okay, this could happen, of course, but as you already see, we have an IVG here as well, which literally would be the same entry level as the RBUS. So, and in case this does not happen like this, and it would just happen like, let's say, boom, does the IVG and it's just gone, this could also happen. We could maybe take the more aggressive IVG approach and let's go with this one. So how do we do it? We have to wait, of course, after it closes above it. This one does not close above it. This one does. So our entry would be here. Very big stop though, so you could argument sake like limited until here. Again, if you want to play it aggressively, or you're fine with the big SL and just target here, whatever that is, like 1, 2, whatever, like 3-ish like position, right? Which is also fine. Or you target higher for 4-ish, 5-ish, also fine. Again, there definitely is some potential. And then we just wait what happened, and swoosh, that thing just absolutely took off, took out these points, or even if you ran passively in here, like very, very instant position, like taking it here, have to deal with some 4 minutes of shenanigans, would have tapped into there again, it doesn't matter. Never gave the RBUS only until here, and then literally never even looked back and just completely went out of there. So that, of course, also would have been a nice trade, but only possible to catch with an aggressive entry like we shown here. And if you look at the projection, I mean, absolutely gorgeous stuff, right? And then we could wait for the last alert of the day, and it was boom after again. Even then we completely wiped out that highs to complete the Asia whipsaw as well. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And the last projection literally comes from this massive, massive run. Could even be in the news, I don't know, potentially, with these huge candles in here. And then we have another question. I mean, it says major for the alert though, but if we see these huge moves maybe with the news, Again, the question is once again, confirm the setup or ignore. We could just simply also ignore the setup if we don't like this huge move down there. Also, it's getting a little bit late, London close-ish time, so it's also fine to ignore the setup and be good with taking this sell, this buy, and this buy as well. Or you can consider it, it's also fine if you like the setup idea, again, because we completed the Asia whipsaw, boom, boom, right? We took out these equals. Once again, we took out the high as well. We have some momentum and speed, right? And of course, Oracle gives a major alert as well. So you could definitely consider it if you wanted to, but there's nothing wrong with just pressing the utter button as well and just be like, that's nothing for me here. But if you look into the M1 for potential entries, it would have given only this order flow entry, which is not really even an approach we would have had. So again, as you see, there's everything is an IVG basically, so there's not even any close possible, right? There's no OBUS possible, not even an M1. I mean, this one is not an OBUS, even this, and even then. Come on, look at that. So that would not even be a nice approach in here, only this order flow re-entry basically of like coming from the low, making lows, and then filling order flow and then go. Overall, the setup played out nice. Projection obviously absolute perfect, but again, it's also completely fine to ignore this setup. But here's the crazy part. If you just look at this entire EU day as a whole, we had 4 EU alerts, which potentially would lead to this sell, this buy, and maybe depending if you like this sell or ignored it, or if you ignored any of those in between. But 4 projections, 4 perfect setups. What can you say? It's literally crazy. Of course, it will not ever be like that. There will sometimes be some funny projections. Of course, you will see it during the day. So definitely don't consider every projection you see every time, not even close. It's completely fine to say, no, I don't like this setup, and also not get overwhelmed at all. Very important, but I'm just showing you it can also be absolutely perfect in a day as well, how it, for example, was in this EU day for projections for our beautiful ones can be absolutely mind-blowing as well.
Continuation of direction. So understanding the bigger picture by looking to the left and what intentions the previous day price action left behind for orientation of the current day. So that is pretty much the lesson we will be learning today. But as always, let's get straight into Asia session and anything relevant of the previous day. So you already should know the process at this point is mark up your liquidity, do it yourself, pause the video, and then I will show you right now my liquidity markups. So that is the liquidity I marked up. You may have it slightly different. That's also fine. I actually just noticed right now I could have easily drawn those lows over there as well. So yeah, just don't know why I missed that now thinking back to it, but you get the idea. It's basically all liquidity. And yeah, it's important that we do understand this and see the cycles, even if it's happened the previous day. Like we do know this liquidity has actually been taken out to the high side. We've got these nice vector candles, although this liquidity hasn't. So yeah, these points have technically been taken out, although it's very choppy, so we don't expect it to hold, as we haven't had a super clean inducement within timing that is more likely sustainable. So yeah, that's the idea of that. Let's just clean that up. Now, next question is, do we actually have a directional bias at this point? Little task for yourself is think about the previous day. So this is the 17th of May, 2024. So do check the 16th of May price action, and from that price action try to understand why price has formed this and where we can potentially continue to head. Now remember, the title of this video is continuation of direction, and you'll notice this a lot. This is how you identify things like a retail heaven happening. Why does this occur? This is when you need the bigger picture in play. So do understand the higher time frame just for target purposes and intentions like liquidities, etc., like that, but not necessarily POIs. But I will show you actually on the daily chart that we have here, we are actually currently trading right here in the day. where are we right now? So we are potentially nearing a POI like such. Again, a POI is kind of the loose word I don't really want to throw around, because that doesn't mean I'm expecting a crazy reaction away from it, so I should trade the daily POI, but more so I can potentially expect, if price reaches this point, is a bit of price action to form to the downside, which may cover a few days, and therefore intraday, when you break that down in like 3 different days, forms that retail heaven that we understand for a target to the low side. For example, this target, we can potentially expect that to be taken out once price decides to reverse. But right now, looking at price action, you can already see price is inducing high. I'm not going to just make up the fact that price will then just reverse randomly. So I must simply wait. You can even see from here, it's really beautiful. We get a trap over here. Can't draw that properly. Price does react. This is the exact example I'm talking about, actually, where for the next few days of that, price does trade bearish. Go on the lower time frame for this. Go on 15M, go on 5M, and break the days down here. Understand now why price was doing this, because it reacted at a higher time frame. Smart money trap. It induced all of this liquidity to the downside. Perfect inducement, as you could see. And then price continues bullish to continue taking out liquidity, forming more cycles, etc. I know there's a lot of waffling right there, but I will show you this on the chart just so it's a little bit cleaner actually for your eyes. So pretty much that's the idea. We get that smart money trap. Perfect example of what I'm saying. That doesn't mean that price will react at this point. That's why I say potential, because I want to use that word loosely, because I think maybe we may even have a little reaction, whether it's 1 day, whether it's 2, 3 days, whether it's more than that or not. It gives me an idea of what price might do around this point. So yeah, but for current day price action, I think we could potentially reach this point even in the current day from where we are. It looks realistic. So in that case, my overall bias is probably buys. But that doesn't mean we won't, of course, get sell opportunities in the day. It just means I will have to be extra careful when I get a sell opportunity presented, whether it's by myself or the Oracle, and have a really clear target in mind that actually makes logical sense. So, as I said, we can expect price to continue higher, but we won't ignore intraday sell entries at realistic targets. I just mentioned that one. So let's continue past Asia and see what price is showing us. Again, we are roughly at Asia lowish, but that doesn't necessarily mean we will induce low. Keep something in mind. Look what we have here. We have got an inducement low, right? Look at the vector candles that formed this. Look what it took out to the left. Again, this as well. Look at all of the liquidity it took out, the trendline liquidity, etc. So potentially this could hold, and you will notice this, that some pairs, especially Asia session related pairs, so like GJ, AUD pairs, for example, the currencies that of course are a bit more volatile in Asia, you will of course notice that sometimes they do hold their Asia session when it makes sense. In this case, it certainly can. And just please do look at the previous day price action for a really lovely example on this as well. So yeah, let's continue, clear that up first quickly. So don't waffle too much, and let's continue past Asia. So really lovely price action forming as we get into Frankfurt Open, although I don't see anything yet. I don't see something super clear. Frankfurt Open doesn't give me a reason to enter right here at these equal highs, so I'll wait. And even more importantly, the trap over here, people will either enter there, or your support and resistance or resistance trader at this point will enter there, or maybe even at this point. I'm not interested in any of this. Once again, I wait. But something important, I hope you guys actually did notice this with price action forming. Pause the video if you didn't, but I am going to actually show you in a second what that is. So that is actually your liquidity. I hope you guys noticed that liquidity was actually building up to the high side, which is lovely for us because it means we have a sell side target. If we get sells, I can see prices very likely heading to the upside, taking out the intraday liquidity over here of Asia session. However, if I get a potential reason to sell, I at least have a target to the downside from an intraday perspective. So let's continue that one. And once again, what can you do actually here? You can actually extend the target a little bit more, which is absolutely amazing. That is beautiful price action in terms of liquidity. So what will London session provide us actually? So let's wait and see what that does. Okay, we get a really lovely inducement high. Again, look at the characteristics of the inducement. A beautiful vector candle, which is absolutely amazing. So I can potentially look for sells, but at this point I have nothing. I really have nothing to base an entry, nor do I have a reversal of the inducement. But what I do have is actually the fact the Oracle actually sends an alert at this exact point. So let's take a look at the alert. As you can see, the alert on the screen, we have got a actual Mona setup in this case of AUD CHF liquidity injection identified. Mona setup triggered at 9:14, Frankfurt London session AUD CHF. Third eye prediction, which is the most important thing, is the short. So I have the idea of where does price want to actually go. Does it want to continue? Does it want to go short? In this case, you should be able to understand that it should be a short with what we have on an intraday first intention part of trading. We've got shorts. Let me take a look at that actually on the projection of where it's telling me to close. So it's telling me to close around there, which is here. Now, to me, that's a little bit short of what I would want at least the trend line to be broken. So just ever so slightly lower. I'm not expecting Asia low at this point to be induced purely because of my higher time frame understanding that I feel like we may get a retail heaven type setup in this case. So I need to be a little bit careful of overextending a target that actually may not make sense. Once again, look at the vector candles, look at this clear inducement, certainly very valid with, of course, the characteristics it has. But at minimum, I think this trend line should be taken out. And that's only a very short range. So between here, not so big, but at least down here. So that will be my basically idea of what I want. You probably notice I have extended quite a few targets at this point, but something realistic and only in a close range. Nothing too crazy, of course. And with that being said, I always recommend take partials at the target itself before reaching your own targets. Can we look for sales at this point? Not right now. As you can tell, there's nothing really here. We have a target in mind, which is breaking the trend line. Not necessarily Asia low, as I mentioned, but I don't have a sell right now. So I simply have to wait for the reversal characteristics, wait for this inducement to essentially continue its lower time frame aspect. But otherwise, I actually can't say anything just yet. I have to wait. But what we have is the Oracle alert actually upgrades a few minutes later only. So price does actually continue. You can see that it continued for another candle. Great. But this is why we don't enter off an inducement, because look what would happen. Price would have continued going bullish. But I'm going to simply wait. And I actually want to see what the signature setup is saying. Looking at the signature setup, it upgrades to a 3 score, which is amazing. Still a short prediction, which is absolutely perfect. However, I do actually notice that the projection line has been extended actually down here. So fairly close to Asia low, so I'd say around here, which is really, really nice actually. So that almost lines up with where I'm showing you of my target. So like, yeah, around here, at minimum breaking the trend line, so like here. So yeah, something along those lines. So I know at least that, okay, the Oracle is giving me the idea that it sees the trend line now. It should induce that. So I will draw up my projection line so you can actually see that. So that's basically my idea. I won't overextend it in that case to what the Oracle says. I'll give it around this zone and have a bit of room to play with. So now we wait for reversal signs and a potential for a mitigation entry, which we don't have just yet. So let's actually just see if price reverses. So we get a really lovely reversal. Absolutely amazing. So once again, what do? We have to mark up our mitigation if you want to take the trade, of course. So yeah, do it yourself, because right now I will actually show you the mitigation. Now that is quite big actually when you look at that. So in this case, when I see it like that, and as always, I always look at 1M regardless, just to see if it makes sense to refine or if not. It's an additional thing. You shouldn't just rely on 1M, because you will notice the amount of times you will not get tagged also. So if 1M lines up, that will be amazing. So let's actually see 1M. So this is 1M zoomed in as well, and it's broken down. So 5M on the left, 1M on the right over here. Looking at that, we see really lovely vector candles to the upside, nice reversal, but I do see something quite interesting actually here to the 5M. So looking at this line over here, this line actually marks up the mitigation of the 5M, but I've drawn it on the 1M, so you can actually see exactly that point. Now, when I see price action like this, where the imbalance is technically filled at this point, it makes me not really want to enter off the 5M, but actually, you know what? I think I can actually go to the 1M a bit and refine the imbalance a bit better. In that case, I will justify a better mitigation in quotation marks, because I think that's more likely to happen, that we can actually refine it in this scenario. So yeah, in this case, I think it makes sense. It doesn't make sense for everyone, that's also fine. You can stick with your 5M. But for me, when I see the 5M like this, it's already technically tapped at that exact point. I feel like we can actually come up to this zone. Now, I won't over refine the zone. Notice how I will actually take that whole zone still, just in case, but it does make my entry a little bit better. If you notice, it also changed my entry over here on the 5M to make it look a bit better as well. I know on the 1M it actually looks a bit crazy, but that's just because it's zoomed in. So yeah, now we pretty much just wait for the mitigation and see if price actually taps in. Beautiful mitigation. Once again, it wicks in perfectly, so it's somewhere in that zone it definitely reached. It would have still reached the 5M, but I feel like I'm cutting myself short and dramatically, well, not dramatically, but reducing my risk to reward a little bit when I do like a bit more refinements, only when they do make sense. So let's speed up things up a little bit as well. And yeah, see what price is showing us for the rest of it. We have price reverse, really lovely. At this point, we'll definitely be at a break even. However, what do you see being built heavier here? I hope you guys can figure this one out, because it is actually liquidity and the trend line being extended even further, which only makes my target just over here in this area that much better, that I think price will at least induce down here. Let's see. Okay, we get a perfect target. As I mentioned, this is what I expect. What's even nicer is when liquidity is being built upon or extended in what we already have. Let's just say it's equal highs, or in this case, the trend line being extended with intraday price action. That only makes it much nicer with our targets in mind. So we have a really lovely inducement down here. So nice vector candles, perfect inducement low. So yeah, really, really lovely. We'll take it off at the table at this point. So yeah, really nice. Let's just clear that up. So now what we're going to do, we're just going to freestyle a bit off the rest of the day. So I haven't got anything drawn up, but we're going to have an idea of if we can actually take buys at this point, because I'm expecting price to continue once again with a bigger picture narrative. So if I want to take buys here, I need to see a bit of reversal signs. We can even have a relevant break of structure, if you want to call it, over here. Again, I don't really use structure so much, but it can make sense. In this case, it certainly can. Or we can have something like this, mitigation, or once again, the break of structure mitigation. Both are completely valid. So I'm just going to simply have to wait and see for the inducement to actually then reverse in that case. Okay, really lovely stuff. We get our reversal. It is MM2 at this point, so that's really lovely. It's the mitigation that we're hoping for off the MM2 reaction. I know it's a little bit off, but yeah, you get the idea of that. So I'm essentially expecting something like this. And what I really, really love about what I'm seeing right now, if price reverses, because I can see all these little wicks over here, if it reverses at this point, it only makes it so much nicer because it's left a liquidity target now. I like that more than if price was actually to break this point, or whatever you want to call it, break of structure stuff, and then mitigate. I prefer it when it's actually created liquidity, and you should actually prefer it like that too, because it actually helps with your intentions and understanding that better. But yeah, that's pretty much my idea. So let's see if price actually does that. Lovely stuff. So it does mitigate really nicely at this point. Yeah, not more not more to say. And what's really lovely again, the equal highs. I won't remove my drawings. I just realized I'm freestyling it and I'm removing everything. So now we're just going to simply wait where price can target. Now, once again, I did mention we are expecting price to go higher potentially towards that daily target. That doesn't mean that's my target for intraday. I'm going to at least classify my target above this high, because when you look to the left at this, if you notice the daily chart, there's nothing really close to the left in the past days or weeks. It's actually more so months we're talking about, or on the daily time frame. So in that case, I'm perfectly happy to take an entry here and target here. That is a beautiful entry for intraday. Take it off the table. It is a Friday at this point as well, so you don't really want to hold your trades, as we are not swing traders. We don't like swaps and stuff. So yeah, let's not deal with that maybe. So yeah, let's see what price actually shows us in this case. Absolutely amazing. It does actually continue for the rest of the day. You can look at the chart yourself, but needless to say, I'm perfectly happy with this target at New York Trap. So yeah, done for the day, done early as well. Yeah, pretty much that's it. So I hope you guys understood that and understand when the bigger picture narrative comes into play. It doesn't always come into play. So you will notice I'm not always going to use higher time frame or the daily time frame when it doesn't make sense. Only use it when it makes sense. And in this point in time with price action, it certainly makes sense. So yeah, if you're like, oh, this doesn't make sense, like it's not trading anywhere in the high time frame that's relevant, then ignore it. Use lower time frame. Use the 15M. Look to the left the past few days. See if there's something that price is worthy to reach and target. So yeah, you need to, like, of course, adapt things to when it actually is relevant and not make things up. But yeah, that's pretty much the lesson today. So I hope you guys enjoyed that, and we'll catch up soon. Step-by-step tutorial on how to use the Oracle in the markets in real time. So as you can see on the screen, I have got USD CHF 25th of March as the pair I will be covering in today's tutorial. So let's get straight into it. What we have is a 5M chart. And everything, keep in mind, I will be showing everything on the 5M chart unless mentioned otherwise, because that's where I will be orientating from. So from the chart in front of me, you can see I have, of course, included Asia session, as that's important for when we start off the day. At the same time, I have actually included some of the previous day's price action. Now, how did I determine that? Now, this is the questions you have to ask yourself. Do we have a previous day high? Do we have a previous day low that's relevant? Same thing with liquidity and POIs. Are they in close proximity of Asia? Are they relevant, for example? I personally think this is what's relevant from the previous day. I didn't include anything else because I don't think it's relevant pretty much. So you will see why I have included this price action for when I, of course, mark up liquidity. So before I actually mark up liquidity, I do want you guys to mark it up yourself. Keep in mind, I don't personally mark up my liquidity too crazily. So yeah, you will see it pretty simple in my markups. However, do it as you need. To mark up what you see and what makes sense. I will just say don't overcomplicate something. So yeah, let's now continue. I will show some of my markups, as you can see, of the previous day of why I included this. So we have got a nice little build up here. To the downside, it's been induced. Look how beautiful that inducement was. I don't think that could get more perfect, actually, for what it is. With the vector candles, the speed and momentum of the inducement, yeah, pretty much shows how perfect that is and that we could gear up for a little pullback or reversal. Again, I'm not interested in this because this is very late in the day, but it is important for you to, of course, backtest these things, practice, get used to seeing this everywhere. Also bear in mind this really lovely point here, which has been an FFS for us, but for a smart money concepts trader, they would probably have taken this. But yeah, really lovely price action that. So yeah, leading into this build up over here in Asia, we also get the same thing. It has been induced to both sides. That's amazing. So you can see the vector candles going to the upside, inducing this liquidity over here. Same thing for the downside, inducing this liquidity over here. So technically we've had the liquidity pots induced other than this high over here. And this is why I included it as relevant to the current day, because I think it could potentially be taken out at some point. Also, something to consider here is there is a potential point of a smart money trap over here. Now, something you must know is that a smart money trap can be tradable when you have a target in mind that's realistic. So we could potentially have a smart money trap. Price reaches a target, whether it's somewhere in the middle or whether it's Asia low. I think Asia low is a great target down here. You'll see why in a speckle when I actually mark up the liquidity for the rest of the day. And then what I could expect is price to then come back higher and induce this point, and yeah, pretty much anyone else in all of these points over here, for example. That is a brief drawing, of course, but that's basically the idea. And you have to think like this of how can they engineer as much liquidity as possible and confuse people as much as possible is doing something like this. So you have learned this in the daily cycles. If you are a little bit confused, just go back to those videos and the variations that we have there. So anyways, let's continue with this. Just clear the drawings. Yeah, all drawings. Now, let's continue with marking up the rest of the liquidity and what we have in the day. So we have got equal lows at Asia. Technically, you could say like a triple bottom. I should have actually included that there, but I'm not going to predict what happens if price smokes straight through. Then it's not necessarily equal lows, but yeah, sorry, not necessarily a triple bottom is what I was meant to say. Other than that, what I will say is, do we have any other types of liquidity present? You probably have noticed, well, you should notice, I didn't include any of this as like a specific type of liquidity. Why did I do that? Is because what am I meant to mark up here? Like, this is pretty much an entire build up to me that I'm not going to just like perfect it by going like this and going like that. And that's the same thing as me just leaving it as it is and assuming it's going to be induced anyway. So I don't see it as anything worthy of marking up unless it's super, super clean. Same thing here. I could easily mark that up, but I don't need to mark it up when I see this entire thing as liquidity. So yeah, that's pretty much that. Don't overcomplicate things, because when you do that, you will see a lot of issues with your understanding. So let's continue and let's actually see past Asia. So seeing past Asia, what do we have? Well, we've got some price action forming, that's for sure, but we don't have a Asia low or Asia high inducement at this point for me to actually have an idea of what price will do. So I need to first understand, is price going to induce low or is it going to induce high? I don't know at this point. It looks like it could head low, but I'm not going to get any sort of FOMO and try to enter. But what I do see is actually more liquidity being formed in these equal highs over here. So to me, that's amazing for when we actually come higher. I see some sort of target, or I could see direction. Again, I'm not going to choose a very specific side as of right now. I'm just going to wait. So seeing more price action being formed, lovely. Let me just clear those equal highs actually, the drawings. And at this point, what can I see? Okay, again, price is continuing, but what do I also see clearly now is another build-up being formed to the upside. We have also started London session at this stage, so potentially we could look for sales based on what price is currently showing. Again, I don't have something quite specific in mind. I do have the idea we either have a temporary kind of smart money trap or we simply induce high and come low. So one of these two ideas to target this liquidity, this lows here, technically triple lows actually, and potentially even this SMT or FFS. I don't know what it is yet because of course we need to wait. It doesn't matter anyways. So yeah, I see a really nice target to the downside for liquidity. I just haven't got an entry or signs that price is going to come lower yet, but that's basically the idea. One of these 2 points. Now, this is where, again, we have to think about how is price engineered to be as effective as possible in inducing people into the market. I would say this point is have them come in the smart money trap, make them believe that price is going to continue for quite a bit of time actually. Or are we going to see that price induces all of this liquidity to the high side and then continues lower? What's more effective? I actually think quite differently, is that price will induce. Maybe we get an Asia low inducement somewhere in this range, maybe even lower than that. And then we get a reversal and price actually takes out this, the smart money traders over here, anyone that would be in this downtrend as well. That looks like a mess, but I hope you get the idea of what's the most effective way to induce people in the market is by confusing them. We don't want to be that person, of course, so it is important we just wait for things to become picture perfect. But yeah, we have marked up our relevant liquidity using intraday analysis. At this point, the Oracle actually sends in an alert, so we can take a look. before I show the alert, I do want you guys to understand that it is important to be independent and have an idea. So I did mention that I am looking for sells, just not sure where to the left. So I'm going to wait for a reaction and then look for reversal signs from that reaction. But yeah, anyways, let's actually take a look at the alert and what price is actually showing us. Is it in line with my bias for basically shorts? Is the main question. As you can see, the lovely screenshot we have, you should understand this by now with the tutorials of how everything works, how it's explained, etc. So just highlighting the most important points, we have got a potential completed liquidity cycle identified on USD CHF. So this is a cycle completion setup at this point in time at 8:36. You can backtest that. I have got the timings a little different from when it was the DLS timings. So just bear that in mind on my chart because this was around that time. But yeah, you can check that right now for yourself. This is at Frankfurt and London on USD CHF. Third eye prediction is a short, so that's actually going in line with my analysis. Amazing. Pair USD CHF. Oanda is my trading feed, so yeah, do bear that in mind that if you're using another trading feed, results will vary, of course, in that sense, or price action, should I say. So do compare the charts you trade with or are looking at to what I'm showing you on Oanda, which is basically the feed we always use actually for all of the alerts you will see. We have got also the Oracle score at 2 balls here. Now do bear that in mind that you should know this actually, that the cycle completion setup will always be a score of 2 automatically. Only when this upgrades, if it upgrades, does the score then increase to a 3 or maybe even more than that. And what I mean by upgrade is, can it be a signature setup? Can it upgrade to a Mona setup? Time will tell. We don't know this yet. So when it does do that, that's even more confirmed, even better for us. But yeah, looking at the projection, I see shorts. It does say we're going to basically push past Asia high over here. It doesn't actually show us that we're going to take out these highs that I've got marked up here. It actually says we are going to basically come within the range above Asia around like this. So that's quite interesting because I did have that idea. Again, I'm very open-minded. If price comes higher, that's also great. I have still targets to the downside as mentioned. Down here, and down here. So for me, I have targets. That's the most important thing. Anyways, let's clear those drawings and continue. Speaking of an upgraded alert, we do actually get this. So I will show you what the alert upgraded to. It was a signature setup. Now look at the timings of when this occurred. We get this at 8:36 and only 2 minutes later does the alert upgrade to actually a signature setup. So that is amazing. It increases the score we have, making it only actually better for us with our bias that we have for sells. So as you can see, price has induced out of Asia over here. Looks a bit hard to see, but you can actually look at it on the Oracle chart. We have induced this point here. We've got the vector candles, absolutely amazing with speed exactly how we want it. And it's in London session, so it couldn't get more perfect with the characteristics we look for. Now, I just want to look up for sell side entries at this point. So yeah, let's speed things up a little bit and show you what's going to happen. So clearing up the chart a little bit would be nice actually. Great, we have some lovely price action to the downside. Can I potentially take a mitigation entry? Now, looking at what I'm currently seeing, do I have a POI? Do I have imbalances? Think about this yourself because you guys have learned this, so you can look at it from the chart with your own eyes. So before I do it, try to do it yourself. But yeah, we have of course got a lovely POI over here. So we will be gearing up for sell side entries, but let's see if a lower time frame may actually help us a little bit more. Can we refine it, or does 1M actually additionally help us with confirming our entry? So let's see, zooming in on the 1M price action. So this is what we see on the 1M. Is pretty much this box right here. So that's basically condensed of that pretty much. I can see, well, we'll look at those vector candles are absolutely amazing, but I also see the reversal candles are absolutely beautiful over here. So I can actually combine my 5M and 1M and I see something along the lines of this zone. I'm not going to over refine it by taking this imbalance because that is very risky. So I'm just going to take this whole zone and I think it will actually line up with 5M perfectly. Remember, over refining actually is not a good thing as well, because you will miss a lot of things when you over refine when it doesn't even make sense. As you can see, I have got that marked up, and the zones are pretty similar in price actions. That's really, really lovely. So 1M is actually amazing in this case in confirming our multiple time frame analysis in this case. So back to the 5M anyways. So let's actually zoom in, as it's a little bit hard to see the 5M of what just happened here, to see it a little bit better, because I know the candles can be a bit hard to see with London session being grey and my bullish candles being grey. But what can you actually see here is price has actually wicked perfectly in our zone. So if I just draw that up like this, you can see the wick is absolutely perfect. So that is pretty much a mitigation of our trade right now. Let's clear that. But yeah, looking really, really good at the moment with our sell side entries. Let's actually understand where our Oracle projection target is. Now, looking at the screen on the chart, the Oracle alert part, we can see our projection line pretty much goes like that. Oh, that's almost spot on. But yeah, pretty much goes like that. So looking at my chart over here, it's pretty much around this point here. Now, looking at that, I think that's a great target. But at the same time, if you notice, I had a lot of liquidity at Asia low. So I'll draw it on the Oracle chart right now as it's in the way of my one. But we had those equal lows, if you remember. We have still got this build up. So yeah, pretty much here. We want that taken out. And at the same time, I've got this area over here, which I'm not sure if it's going to be a smart money trap or an FFS or any of those kinds. But we've got an area which I think I can actually target just below Asia. And I think that's a nicer target for me personally. So this is where I am using my own human analysis alongside the Oracle. So you can actually take partials here, or you can actually close the entire thing if you wish. I would definitely recommend at least taking partials if you're doing it like this, and if you're starting off with using this pretty much. So yeah, do bear that one in mind. So I've adjusted the target for myself actually to take at least Asia low off the table. So as you can see, there is of course the Oracle trade there. I will actually match this up to my chart, as it is a little bit faint to see. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, so I will do it a little bit nicer on my chart over here. So that's pretty much what is showing. However, of course, we'll think about extending it purely because of what liquidity is remaining. So I will do that in red. So you will see the remainder liquidity that I've marked up as in red. I didn't include this one here because it's not necessarily liquidity at this point. But yeah, my point is I want to induce at minimum Asia low. So I will extend my target down here. The way I see it is it's pretty close of a target. It's not something so crazy. It's not something unrealistic. It's definitely realistic. You are taught these targets. It's only a minor liquidity target even. So very realistic in this to extend it, get my risk to reward to be a lot better than if it was just in the middle of Asia pretty much. So let's see where price pretty much takes us. We're just going to speed this thing up and show you pretty much the outcome. Pretty much perfect. I'm not sure what else to say at this point. It's actually pretty much induced Asia low perfectly. If you can see that wick here, the line of Asia low actually extends, which is lovely. So you can actually see that yourself. Perfect target. Yeah, I get really excited when I look at the Oracle, but I'm probably not even showing it in the way I should because I have to be a little bit more professional in this. But yeah, it's actually incredible what the Oracle can show you. And guess what? It's not even over yet. So the Oracle actually does provide us with more. So let's see what the Oracle is now showing us. Literally, the moment it targets Asia lower here, it literally tells us we are now looking for buys. And this is incredible because I know the liquidity to the downside is taken from an intraday perspective. It's now saying, let's gear up for buys. It does give me a target over here, so around here. I'm personally not too keen on that as I don't see the risk to reward from this zone right here. So yeah, basically this zone here, I don't see that as being a worthy of a trade kind of target. So for me, I already have the idea. This is amazing. A perfect Asia low inducement. We've got the vectors to the downside once again. And you can see it clearer on the Oracle chart because it actually shows the exact screenshot in real time. So this wick was actually bearish before it closed bullish, and I actually took the screenshot then. So this is why live market experience is a lot easier to see intentions, because looking at the two charts over here and over here, yeah, they look kind of different when you see all the bearish candles to the downside, and understanding the vectors a little bit better. So yeah, speaking of what I mentioned about the target being here, I think I can target a little bit higher. I see liquidity being built like such. Again, I'm not going to mark this up perfectly, but you can get the idea. My chart looks like a mess, but yeah, you pretty much get the idea of basically this, the equal highs, that point over there. Keep in mind, SMT traders will want to hold this a lot lower, so that will also be technically a liquidity target. But we're smarter than that. We would have closed our trade at this point. So yeah, pretty much that. Let me just clear everything, as everything's a bit of a mess. So yeah, this is our buy projection from the Oracle. It is a cycle completion setup. That is, of course, 2 scores, as we already know. It's not a signature setup, as it doesn't fit within the London timing window, and it's not a Mona setup, because all of these things actually require timing. Needless to say, as you already know, you're smarter than a clock. So you, of course, can get the idea of what that means is use time as a tool pretty much as well, but don't religiously go on it like that. But yeah, let's now forward the screen. So as you can see, I did just mark that up myself. We have it pretty much drawn like that exactly at this point, which is actually amazing. And just so anyone thinks that we're faking things or anything, I have actually got the zoomed in version of my chart on TradingView. Here, I did do it in replay mode, so you can actually see the exact bearish candle. So these are the same charts that I'm showing you. A little bit hard to catch it on edge, hence why my screenshot was taken like such. So you can actually see the reaction away from it and the actual full momentum downwards. So yeah, that is the bearish candle at its peak in sending the alerts. Now the question is there a mitigation entry? It is a little bit hard to see right now. So let's actually just like zoom in a little bit and see if we can see a potential entry. At this point, when price, let me go back just to show you. At this point, do you see an entry? I don't personally. But now, do you see an entry? I see an entry. So it really is like that sometimes, where it's like yes or no kind of thing. Yeah, right before that price action, I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing the reversal of the inducement. I don't know if price is going to continue. But when I see price action like that, it does, of course, give me a better idea. I just sped that up. But yeah, I'd had that question of, do we have a mitigation entry? Before I do anything, once again, mark it up yourself. It should be pretty self-explanatory at this point. It can change around, and I will mention what I mean. So for me, I actually mark up my mitigations more so like this. I hope you can see the screen properly for what I mean. I actually take the block of the candle rather than just the imbalance, because if you took the imbalance, your entry block will be from here to here. And I like to refine my mitigation. I've always done it like this, so it's not like I pick and choose. I actually pretty much always do my entries like this, where I take the open or close of the candle pretty much, rather than wicks. I don't really trade it like that. Now, this is up to you of how you want to do it. You can take the imbalance. Just remember your SL will be bigger, but at the same time, you're more likely to be tagged into your entry. So it has got benefits as well. But yeah, that's my mitigation entry over there. Really lovely stuff. So now we can see the whole chart again, and you can actually see what's been taken out to the left. It's absolutely beautiful to the literal tick of taking out that liquidity to the downside, which is incredible actually when you actually really think about it. But yeah, now to the upside. Once again, I mentioned liquidity targets. Where am I targeting? At this point in time, the Oracle, the target is actually complete. But I want to extend my target a little bit more to what makes sense from price action and my understanding. So do we have a reasonable target in this case? As I mentioned, we've got liquidity like such. We've got SMT traders here. We've got this liquidity. So realistically, I think we can actually come at least above this point here, which technically would mean above this point here. So yeah, does that make sense? I think it makes a lot of sense when I use my reasonable understanding of this to actually target up there. I would be break even once I tap the entry, which I haven't yet. So let's actually see the entry being tapped at this point in time. As you can see, it's tapped perfectly. And then once price moves away a little bit, I will be at break even. Also, bear in mind, we are actually heading to New York trap. So this is absolutely amazing. So now, as you know, the Oracle didn't actually give the alert at New York trap. It gave it at this pinpoint here, which was not in timing. However, my mitigation comes close to the 3 o'clock timing window. Just bear in mind, as I mentioned, my chart is a little bit off with the DLS thing. So yeah, do use your chart right now to understand it better. Needless to say, my mitigation looks like it's occurring in the New York trap window. So to me, this is absolutely amazing when timing lines up, even if it's a mitigation. Just remember, timing doesn't have to be an inducement related reaction. It can actually be your mitigation as well. So yeah, just bear that in mind. It could be any sort of relevant reaction in timing, not just an inducement. Let's see where price actually takes us. We are tapped in at this point and we must just pretty much wait. And as you can see, that is incredible. Our target has reached perfectly. Remember, London close onwards, price action does get slow. As you can see, it's very choppy down here. Yeah, this couldn't be more perfect. I don't know what else to say. So I have used an element of human understanding as well as the Oracle in a guidance or in line with my understanding as well. And that's the best way to use it, is use both. Don't purely rely on what the Oracle's saying. Use your mind as well. So in this case, both the sells and the buys, incredible with the guidance of the Oracle. We can actually calculate our risk reward on this, putting our stops below the low and above the high. So what I mean is stops up here, stops down here for both. As I know, I've had a couple of questions on where do you put your stops on this, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Let's look at the risk to reward on that. So we have a perfect 7-to-1 risk to reward in the London session signature setup, trade to the low, and we've got a 4-to-1 for the New York trap setup. Now, the only reason that's bigger, it's unfortunate when price action sometimes gives you a stop loss that's a bit bigger, purely because of how big the candles are. But yeah, nothing much we can do about that. Intentions are absolutely beautiful. I'm not sure what else to say with this. So yeah, use both. And another little addition, just a small addition, is that the Oracle actually predicted the short in Asia. So when I mentioned this liquidity inducement high, it actually predicted this one absolutely perfectly to this point. So yeah, that is incredible to me. Yeah, not sure what else to say, but yeah, really beautiful stuff. I wouldn't trade it, just bear in mind, I don't trade it. I wouldn't recommend you trade it either, but it's just for learning purposes. Couldn't have catched any more better moves in the day. It catches the absolute peaks of the trading day. So enjoy.
Okay, and let's get right into it. So, these are the Oracle alerts. You should have already seen yourself and familiarized yourself with the Oracle alerts. So obviously you have the time of the alert, the direction, the pair, the feed, and then the score. But we should already know all of that by now. So let's get into it. So here, just looking at the alert visually, what can we see? It's an early Asia inducement alert. That's basically it. Very early. Asia ends at 7, so it's 10 minutes after Asia. Very unlikely to hold the low of the day, but let's jump in. So, as I said just there, it's very unlikely to hold the low of the day at a very early alert, but let's still analyze it, see where it may come to. Obviously, just because it's unlikely doesn't mean that it's never going to happen that this holds the low of the day, but it's fair to assume that it's going to be a pullback. Let's do some analysis and let's see roughly where we can find out it's going to pull back to. So obviously, let's jump in. Lots of liquidity is being taken out. If we just look, whatever buyers there were from the equals, you also have sellers being brought in, breakout, equal highs, those sellers being brought in. You've got the trend, those sellers being brought in with these breaks of structure. They're the confirmation to bring the sellers in, and obviously we have the speed of momentum to the downside further enticing sellers in and taking out any buyers that were in. Okay, so now that we've agreed with the alert, all we have to do now is work out where the logical target for our pullback's going to be. Now, as we've already said, unlikely that the 710 inducement is going to hold the low of the day. So now we just need to work out exactly where price is going to pull back to. Now, one of the things that we have to understand is just because something is unlikely does not mean that it never happens. This can be the low of the day and we can do something like this, but it's not the most likely scenario. So just because it can happen doesn't mean that we should treat it as though it's definitely going to happen. We want to be playing the most likely scenario, and in this case, given that the inducement time was so early on, straight after Asia, and we have equal highs plus all this resistance sitting here, sellers have got in, majority have put SLs here, obviously some are above this, but majority are above here, and combining that with the fact that it's early Asia inducement, unlikely to hold the high or low of the day, I think we can all agree that this would be the logical target. So next thing's next. There you go, equal highs plus the resistance, obviously sitting at Asia mid. Seems pretty logical to me. Next, we need to look for our entry approaches. Obviously these are the ones that we recommend, but if you have your own entry approach or something that you're already trading, you don't need to fully commit and change whatever you're doing. If you have something that works and you test it alongside the Oracle and it works with the Oracle, then brilliant. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to use these, but obviously here, RBOS into mitigation. Now obviously the entry needs to come before we really come to these points, because after these points, if it comes back, then we're not so much interested. Okay, so as you can see, absolutely smokes it, right? Absolutely smokes Asia mid with good momentum, good speed, takes out all of the sellers, now brings in buyers. Yeah, breakout buyers. Obviously you've got some breakout buyers here, but the majority of the breakout buyers are, you know, once this equal high slash support and resistance zone is broken out. So now we're no longer interested in this mitigation. Doesn't interest us anymore. We're not going to force a trade when it comes back. Okay, perfect. Then coming in, we now have another Oracle alert, and one of the things that we have to think about here is, do we want this high to be taken, or are we maybe looking for some type of mitigation? So let's analyze to work that out. Okay, so as we can see, we should already understand this part. We know that ideally we do not want the current low of day to remain the low of day, and then prior to the alert, we see the speed, the momentum, taking out the equal highs plus the resistance at Asia mid, and then all within London Open, and then we get our alert at London Open after the M5 relevant break of structure. So realistically, what can we expect? We can expect this high to not be taken. Now, this is something that you need to understand. Obviously, if you take the M5 zone, you're far more likely to be tagged in than if you take the M1 zone, but you're also going to have a lower risk to reward. This is something that you need to work out on your own, which one you favor. Do you favor being tagged in? Do you favor the higher RR? That's entirely a personal preference and down to whatever you choose. So there we go. That's the first entry. Also, on top of that, if you wanted to, I am not the biggest fan of this personally, but for the Oracle alerts, it actually does work very well. You have boom, boom, this IFVG thing, and then it closes here, and you can either go, entry here. Then you can either go with the aggressive SL or the safe SL. Those are your two options that we've shown so far. Of course, there will be more, so let's have a little look into them. Now, what are we doing? We're leaving equal lows on the M1. This is an inducement high into a mitigation of our other inducement. We can play the order flow. To be extra safe, you can put the SL up here. Again, this is just, do you want to be safe? Do you not want to be safe? Obviously, in this case, you have the inducement into it, so putting this here is reasonable as well, but either is fine. You do obviously have the possibility that it does something like this while still holding it. So again, these are things that you need to consider. Do you fancy staying in the trade and this is your invalidation point, being 100% in if it is the correct move, or do you fancy the higher RR? So next, let's keep going through. You see, get tagged in on the order flow entry, and then again you can wait even further and you can have your M5 RBOS after, technically it's your M11 after this inducement high, and this would just be your last M5 imbalance. Now this is another case. You can obviously have the SL above here, but then you're looking at like a 1 to 2 RR. So if you're going to do something like that, maybe it's best to not take it, or instead you can take the quote unquote riskier one on the M5, putting it up here. And then, yeah, exactly like I said, this is something that you must weigh up. Now, we've understood the context up until this point, and now we have a projection to the high side. It's wanting to go higher, but what we have to understand is the Oracle does not fully comprehend context. It just says what may happen, and then you as the user have to put the context onto the chart. So realistically, with this move upwards, are we expecting it to come and take the highs before we've even taken anything to the downside? Not very likely, right? What's more likely is it maybe pulls back, ideally gives us the mitigation, completing the order flow to continue lower. So let's have a little look. It's exactly what happens, and then price continues lower. That was just the M1 entry. Boom. Now let's just go back a second. One thing that does need to be considered is technically this is an inducement low. Yes, it is early in the day, but it still was an that's an awful join. Still was an inducement low, so we may very well get some type of reaction from here. So if you are in these, what you can choose to do is you can choose to partial here and then close the rest of the position here at the overall low. Alright, now age low is taken. What do we need to do? We need to confirm if this is going to be the low or not for our overall analysis. No alerts yet. Again, you're still going to be analyzing like normal. So let's do that. And on top of that, after that, we get an Oracle alert. So let's have a little look. Boom. Right into this mitigation after our build up. And on top of that, you've got all of these trend lines coming in, sellers getting in, all of the premature buyers are taken out, smart money traders taken out, blah, 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 blah. And then, very similar scenario to up here, if we just look at that Oracle alert again, boom. Is it likely to take this low again? I think not. Given the reasons we've shown so far. And on top of that, what do you have again? Equals. Very nice stuff. Where's the logical target? So depending on time of day, something like this, these two would be the most logical targets. Again, if you look at this, this is boom, 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 boom. Resistance zone. So lots of SLs here, and then also lots of SLs just at Asia high. So logical targets are here and here. And then you kind of operate depending on time of day. If it's getting, you know, late, getting at that 6 p.m. German time, and it's, you know, hovering around here, maybe you consider closing it, or at least closing some, because for the next day, in preparation for the next day, it could build equals and then go into Asia, and then you're just stuck holding a trade. Which, yeah, as intraday traders, never ideal. Okay, exactly like I said, depending on the time of day. Let's keep going. And now, for again, you've got your build up, got your RBOS. Ideally, you get your order flow entry. You're not necessarily going to get it, but ideal scenario, you get it. Let's keep going. Oh, maybe get a little bit of sweaty hands. Right here, maybe you even decide, after this high is taken, to take it off, to take this off. You no longer look for it, and you just hold this one. That's fine too. And then obviously, given this, at least remove some here, and then definitely getting out here overall. All right. So let's also go over some examples that may seem frustrating or annoying, but are also obviously part of the Oracle use, because it's not going to be 100% perfect, and you obviously shouldn't expect 100% perfection, because nothing is, especially in trading. So let's go. This is our alert. Sell down into Asia low, building the equal lows. Let's do a little bit of analysis on it. Never forget this step. Always do the analysis. So, nope. Next, let me see it one. So, what have we had? Well, we have had an inducement low. Of the equal lows, we've also obviously had, if we do the complete analysis, channel gets induced high, building the equal lows. The alert itself is obviously saying to short to the equals. Now, you can already tell with where this is most likely not going to be a trade that you're able to take, purely based on the fact that the RR is going to be completely negligible. But nevertheless, still a fine alert. So, now, the Oracle wants to long, but you have to be realistic with what you want to see when you're doing your analysis. Just because the Oracle says long does not mean that you want to instantly go long because there's the tiniest of inducements. Realistically, you could very easily still see this as 1, 2, 3, 4, a quadruple bottom, you know, or even the overall really big support zone. So even though there is this little inducement here, this does not mean that if we get this, we're going to instantly look for something like this, because we could very easily also see something like this, right? With a much cleaner inducement low, and then boom, boom, boom. So let's give another look. Now, unfortunately, it flies, but what does it leave? Actually, before we even go into that, this is something that's going to happen. You know, you're not going to see the cleanest inducement, and you're going to be like, I probably don't want to take that one, and then it goes overall. But in the same vein, you're also going to see the ones where you get something like this, you cut price off here, and it instead goes much lower. But again, we want to see proper analysis. So what have we got now? Well, we've built these equals, we've taken these equals, we've got this, and now where are we again? Back into Asia mid, speed and momentum to the high side, bring in all the buyers, taking out majority of the sellers. Oracle alert wants to sell to the equal loads. Perfect. Let's go. As you can see, got the overall channel getting induced high, equal highs getting induced high with speed and momentum into Asia mid. Like we were saying, we can already hop into the M1, look for a potential entry. So let's do that. So first off, we have the M1 RBOS into mitigation. Next up, we have this one where your entry would be here, closing below, and then SL above here or aggressive SL here. Either or is technically fine, depending on risk appetite again. And then let's have a little look if we can get an M5 entry. Realistically, probably not, because your M5 RBOS is down here, and you can already see everything up here is filled. And let's say it does leave some kind of imbalance here, you're probably going to have to put your SL up here, or you're going to have to take a bit of a riskier one and put it here. So let's keep going. Now here, target should be obvious 10 out of 10 times. Right here, these overall equal lows. I mean, if you count the number of touches into the support, got all of those. How many is that? 5, 6. 6 touches into the support, over into the overall quadruple bottom. Well, technically quintuple because of this low too. So let's keep going. Boom. Perfect. So now we have, again, it's exactly like you said, potentially could have taken this, but even this, it's a 1-to-1 to the lows. So not exactly anything that we're going to be shouting home to. And then also, of course, we get the little reaction here, building the overall support. So let's keep going. Okay, Oracle wants to buy after the support is taken. Yeah, makes good sense to me. Hopefully it makes sense to you as well. Then we go in. We have this. This is the only way to take it in this example, because the M1 RBOS is going to be all the way up here, and this is one of the this is why this one tends to be a bit more common. So as you see, close above it here, aggressive SL, safe SL, and then boom, no potential RBOS entry. This isn't a, let me just draw it. This isn't an RBOS, and neither is this. Should already know why. And then, yeah, depending on how you manage this trade, it's either going to be a break even or a loss, because the entry is so large. Maybe you do not go break even up here. Either way, it does come down to snack the low once more and then continue, but by the time it continues, it's already very late in the day. Okay, let's continue, but this time with one where the oracle is not wrong, but the oracle is correct, but you just do not get the entry which you would like to see. So let's do our analysis. Perfect. We can see equals, builds the equals here, takes the equals here into the mitigation, all at Frankfurt Open, medium inducement, loads of buyers being brought in. Sales look pretty good to me. Okay, now let's dive into an entry. So here, this would be the first one, but as you can see, you'll be entering on this, much lower, huge SL in this case. It's also huge SL, and then this is your RBOS point. Again, there's two things that are potentially wrong here. You know, do you then, after this happens, you know, you've got several touches back into the overall point. Are you going to be happy taking this mitigation, or, you know, maybe this, and you put your SL above here? You're going to be happy taking these mitigations with all the retouches back into this point, building the support? Maybe, maybe not. You also have to remember, if I go back a little bit, we're also, you know, touching into this point here with all of these touches. You know, maybe it's something that you're not comfortable taking when it comes back. And then, as you can see, after that, the M5 is not even a factor in this point, because you've got this down here, and then you're waiting for it to come back up here if you're happy taking it from this when it's already been touched into multiple times. It's entirely up to you. And then, okay, we can see another short. This makes sense with the analysis that we've already done. So again, if we go back and we have a little look, perfect, we can see Asia low, very likely at SMT. Up until that point, we can see us channeling down, inducing high, giving the false break structure to the high side off the SMT reaction. Really nice stuff. Buyers being brought in. Really, really nice stuff. So this alert absolutely makes sense. Then gets taken, but the thing is, again, really small RR. It obviously, you know, you're not going to be taking a 1 to 1.5 RR trade, even though it works out and it looks good. Again, this is your RBOS here, and then here's your M5 mitigation. There's not too much on the M1 in this case. And then on top of that, you're going to have sometimes where the Oracle just gets it completely wrong, but these are pretty easily spotted for the most part. So let's take a look at the chart that we've just analyzed, and let's see if this is realistically the most likely scenario that after it takes these equals, we then want to sell down back into the, basically back into the inducement after we've built this downtrend throughout the day and it's been reinforced. We've even had the false break of structure to the high side. It's not really the most likely scenario, so realistically it's something that you should smack out and not look at. And there you go. That was pretty simple. Hopefully that all made sense. It's important that we show that, again, the Oracle requires you to add context. It requires you to actually think and apply yourself with everything that you've learned and everything that you know.